Watch the devil leave his mark, drowning out the voices with a pill to ease the pain. Hush the screams inside my head, 'cause something can be played cold and still look like a chain. Things that are better left unsaid. The walls are closing.
Welcome back to the 12th edition of the Dust2 India 1xBet Masters. I'm your host, caster, commentator, analyst, a bit of everything in between, backpackbrain, here to bring you the action yet again. And we've got some interesting matchups today. We've got some new teams. We've got the matchup right in front of you, Carnival Gaming versus Victoria's SUMUS. Now, on the other side of the bracket, which is these four teams that we've got that are all vying for that grand final position, we've got God's Reign versus Iyari. And the interesting aspect of both of these matchups, where to discuss it a little bit, is that actually these are both rematches of open qualifier games. Both of these semifinals have already happened and were already concluded where the favorites won both sides. God's Reign obviously demolishing Iyari 30-1 on Anubis, whereas Carnival Gaming had a close victory against Victoria's SUMUS in that open qualifier for this event. Now, in terms of who we expect to win, I think Carnival Gaming, they are a new roster. They've gotten Ghost, and I have in the past rated Ghost highly as an individual rifler. I think he's got quite a bit of aim talent and can be molded into a bit of a skilled player alongside the rest of the lineup. Spawn, Clouder, Ghost, Cyclone, and Ember, of course, which is the Carnival Gaming squad. And I think that team has quite a bit of potential to vie for that second best in the Indian region in terms of individual skill. Now, on the other side of the equation, we've got Arakin joining the side of Victoria's SUMUS, and a few more familiar names. I'm sure you may remember Benzene as well. And really, Recall Masters, perhaps the only other name that people might recognize. They've got Champ and Razor as well, but most notable name would probably be Benzene, although I think Arakin, I think he was in two easy lineups in the past, and I remember also being impressed by his ability, so it remains to be seen what could be made of that. And I think this is an exciting time now. Obviously, True Rippers are not here at the minute because they are playing in the Sky Esports LAN and, showing perhaps the best of Indian Counter-Strike to the world, and we wish them the best of luck in that, of course, but the show must go on and we have teams to replace them, and perhaps if they bow out in last place without that much of an experience, maybe they would have liked to have played this, although I jest, of course. It's hard to substitute that LAN experience, and whenever any Indian team can play against top tier opposition by comparison, of course, you'd like that to be the case. And it's a well appreciated aspect of the scene that we have right now, where you can actually see Indian teams play against European teams much more than perhaps the same opportunities were afforded to them in the past, which is quite an impressive feat. Now, in terms of making a dent in Carnival Gaming for Victoria's SUMUS, I don't fancy their chances at the minute, but I think never say never. We've got a best of three ahead of us. Now, we will, of course, be broadcasting Carnival Gaming versus Victoria's SUMUS in anticipation of a God's Reign grand final yet again, as has been the case time and time again at this point. God's Reign have been farming up these Dust2 India Masters cups, and we expect nothing less from them, of course. Even though True Rippers have perhaps taken the mantle for now as the best in the region, I think most people would still say that God's Reign are an individually skilled team and the most individually skilled team in the Indian region. It may be debatable now that True Rippers have taken that LAN opportunity away from them, but regardless, I think I personally would still rate True Rippers a little bit lower on individual merit, and if God's Reign can get some sort of tactical coach from outside of the Indian region, then they would be much better served. I think then they would have the firepower and the tactics, and we would really see the true peak potential of what they can offer. But until that point, we just have to wait and watch and hope that further improvements show themselves from God's Reign, because I think not only should in-game leaders like Barbie be looking to level up tactically and individually, but they should see this as a challenge, that it's not necessarily hopeless without a European coach. You can improve your individual tactics and team play even without those opportunities. And if that's what the state of affairs is, if it's not possible, it's not viable to get a European coach in, then the next best thing is to grind those demos, play those practices against European teams with high ping, the same thing that the Mongolian teams have done in the past. It's not like that's out of reach for God's Reign, and I think that indeed they are doing that. So from their side of the equation, and indeed for every Indian team, that's probably the goal to look out for. And while we're waiting and we're seeing where the games will lead us in terms of maps, in terms of vetoes, so on and so forth, I think we'd be hard pressed to know exactly where the maps are gonna go at the minute in terms of who plays what. We really are waiting to see, because indeed if we look at some of Carnival's previous games and perhaps look at their stats in entirety, we don't have that much tape apart from these qualified games, and of course those are not enough valid data sample size wise to actually get a good grasp on what's going on with their map pool, who's playing what. I think we've been seeing a bit more vertigo in top level CS, so maybe a bit more vertigo. I haven't seen that much vertigo in these Dust2 Iron Masters games so far. The couple of times I have been here to bring you the action, we've been playing a lot of Inferno, playing a lot of Ancient, which seem to be the home maps of the region so far, and not a lot of off picks, not a lot of nuke, not a lot of vertigo. And I think if a team can try and get that mastery, try and get that edge on some of these other teams by playing, for example, a vertigo or maybe an Anubis, which I think I have seen a few teams play, then we could be in for a treat, I think. But of course, there's no reason to get your hopes up too high. We are, of course, merely spitballing and guessing at what could be in our future. Now, in terms of potential grand final matchups, me personally, I would love to see the grand final that we expect, which is God's Reign versus Carnival Gaming. Carnival with Ghost, I think, could actually at least show up firepower wise. Now this time we're hoping against hope that God's Reign can actually properly demonstrate their firepower, their full lineup, because I think in previous times we've seen them fired up has not been able to play, or they've had some substitution, Inhuman has had to play. And I think, just for the viewers at home, we would love to see fired up alongside the rest of the team in these grand finals, just to get those ranking points. Because if you do notice, these cups do a lot for the ranking points, for the Valve rating for the teams. I think God's Reign is sixth best team in the Asian sub-region just because of playing, these local cups and qualifiers, and it really does add up. And if this continues to be the case, if it continues to be financially viable to keep these domestic funds rolling, then it may just be the way to go for Indian teams to continue to play in them. And I think clearly God's Reign's position in the rankings is, relevant to what we've seen here. It's not just, based on their few other land placements. Despite the great boost that land victories do get you on the ranking, there is still a lot of relevance to cups like these. Teams that farm in Europe CCT cups see a similar boost, and I think I'm not sure if I do bring this up whether the ranking cutoff is within this. Which I will do a check for that. The deadline is August 7th. So actually this is within the deadline. And that means that the winner of this does get enough points to potentially change their chances, And I'm not sure if Carnival really have that much of an opportunity to boost their ranking that much. I don't know if they have that many points from previous seasons, whereas God's Reign have accumulated quite a few. So I think that's what we're ready to see next, is what can happen. The next challenge for them. Now we should be getting into games and map videos and all sorts of discussions shortly. And while the grand final is stated on HOTV, you should be able to click over there, where we're running on old school face it scoreboard style gameplay right now for the semifinals. So if you're here from the grand final page on HOTV, we welcome you, and hopefully you have a fun time staying here while we make our way towards that. And I think that's the journey we're all looking for. Now let's see if I can't get you a little bit of a map preference here. Activate all of these stats. Very, very interesting. I think just to check on Ghost, since he's the newest addition, I think he's shown quite a decent stat line. I think in their recent games about a 1.5 KD. Now this is just face it stats, so it really doesn't mean anything for the game here, but I think regardless, we will be looking to Ghost to show that he's not just for show. That roster move does actually elevate their individual capabilities beyond what we perhaps expect from that team. So in my mind, Carnival Gaming are the absolute favorites. They should be the ones taking this one. I don't think there's much debate in that, but I could easily be convinced otherwise, and I think that's what people will be trying to do. Now, if I'm expecting map vetoes, I think Carnival Gaming probably will go for an Inferno Mirage, standard style pick. I don't think that we're gonna see too much out of the ordinary. Probably Inferno Mirage Ancient, two of those three will be the first two maps, and maybe an Anubis in there, because I don't think we've ever seen really a Nuke Vertigo pick at all. And, while I think that's a definite shame, it doesn't change the fact that it's really not happening. And, we wait with bated breath for a bit more depth in these map vetoes as well, because that's the next layer of the game, right? Of course, even the top IGLs of right now struggle with perfect vetoes and lining things up, not just playing their best maps, but playing their opponent's weaker maps. There may not be enough data to support that in this region yet. You may not be able to play your opponent's weakest maps. It just may not make sense for your team in terms of what you have to work on, but regardless, I think that that's still a level up that the teams do have to make. It is that picking into your strengths is not the only thing you can do in a veto. But it is also difficult to build tactics and a foundation on a map that no one in your region plays, right? If nobody wants to queue up a Nuke or Vertigo against you, how are you ever going to level up your Nuke and Vertigo game? We have the veto coming here. I forgot about Dust2 completely. I forgot about the Dust2 discussion in the first place. I just had it as an underwritten assumption, but it looks like we're not going to be seeing it. And if I can potentially reveal what we've got. Let's see here. Looks like it's exactly what I suggested. It's the trifecta. It's the Inferno Mirage Ancient. And maybe we won't have it any other way, but maybe that's just the state of the map pool right now.
do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
And we are live with the pistol round of Carnival Gaming versus Victorious SUMUS. Carnival Gaming starting on the CT side, of course, and Victorious SUMUS on that T side. Now, we've got Cyclone patrolling Banana, but he is left solo. And it seems that the T side is gearing up for a banana crawl. Not quite an explosion onto a site just yet, just a slow pick into it as Arakan clears out those corners, and sooner rather than later Cyclone will have to deal with this pressure, and he's the only one here, so drops that smoke early, only around the 1 minute mark, but he still has to put it down. And Ghost is coming on that fast rotate. Should be audible on the speedway, so they'll be hearing these rotations come forward, but the utility is still coming through and is being boosted in. How much can he see? How much do any of the CT see? It doesn't seem like they're seeing much of anything at all. Smoked off on every angle. No spam attempts, so the bomb does go down for free. It's a 5v5 post-plant scenario. 2T's checking out Banana, but nobody's home. Just waiting for these smokes to fade. One player spotted. Dark Cyclone gets that tap. Now it's a matter of whether the banana players can hold this one down, because it seems like the pressure's going to be on them as well. Double kill, Champ and Erikin together get that frag, and it seems like this setup is just about enough to hold it down. No kit as far as I can see, and it seems like that'll be that. There was a kit on the side, in fact, but too little too late. Victoria SUMUS win the pistol round, getting their first round on their map pick of Inferno. Now, we do expect Carnival Gaming to have a strong showing in this, but it doesn't mean that Victoria SUMUS can't do so. You know, Benzine, Erikin, Recall Master, all names that you may be familiar with if you're checking out the Indian CS scene quite often. And this will just be another full save. So we get to see the good protocols of the T side in situations like these. No investment at all, not even a single bit of utility. No one's bought a cheeky force by a Deagle. Seems like it'll be smooth sailing for a second round, and we'll be straight into the buy rounds right after this. Now, I don't think they'll have enough money for an AWP Carnival Gaming. I don't believe that they'll have the investment for it in terms of AWP and armor. They may just opt not to buy any armor, but I think it's more likely that they opt not to buy an AWP. Now, Benzine has been walking a banana this whole time. The spots it out to be clear, realizes the stack is actually on the A side. Well, it should be a matter of waiting now. Curtailing these USPs from getting too much damage. Problem seems to have been solved before it ever became a problem, as the bomb goes down. About the start that you'd expect. Nothing funny with the USPs. Actually, 1 kill, not bad. 1 is better than 0. But it's certainly expected. Nothing more, nothing less. And as we wait with a bit of bated breath, maybe they're going to go into the AWP. Maybe it'll be a lack of investment. You can see Cyclone perhaps debating whether he should and decides against it. No AWP purchased for Carnival. It looks like they'll be letting the 5 rifle setup. Carnival still in spawn, actually. Just changing his kit setup, buying more utility, but not actually punished for it. Nobody is in Banana to cause any problems with that. Now we've got a bit of a double apartment setup. Ghost and Ember. Ember actually peeking into it, but regardless, Ghost may be also pushing forward to spot play in just a minute and can't get the kill. The MAC-10 raises just a bit too fast for Narakin now. Dismantling this setup. Apartments was their playground to begin with. Ember and Ghost never got started, really. And it seems like this also a standard play for them. Smoking off long and nading it as well to try and get that surprise pick. Although if it happens every time, can you really say it's a surprise? I think we'll see if they get punished for it. Cloud is just hoping to find something cheeky in this smoke. Gets 1 kill, doesn't get another one. Now both players have already rotated. If Victorias see this one coming, and it looks like they have, they've realized that the only logical play would have been to rotate from the beginning and hightailing it over to the B side. Another successful round, and I'm liking these fundamentals of breaking down that map control. Carnival had an idea. They did have a game plan to get that apartment's double man setup between Ghost and Ember. They could have locked it down, but it's actually just going to be a save instead. And I think they should really be hunkering down because the T's may not let them save. Especially Benzine with that MAC-10 is going to be hungry for those frags. Not going to be easy, that's for sure. But it does look like they'll be able to keep it together for now. Cyclone hearing these footsteps and just tucks himself safely behind the stairs. So nothing comes of it. 3-0 start. And they actually force into a carnival. That's interesting. They don't delay the purchases. They just drop over the rifles, and I guess the loss bonus is tempting them into a buy. They can't quite decide, and this is not, I don't like this, I'll have to say, because this is what timeouts are for, really. This is what timeouts are intended to do, is to decide that buy, because now you got 10 seconds into it, you got 3 players deciding what to buy and what to rotate on. You can't do this, you know, at any sort of level of CS, just sitting in spawn deciding what guns you have to buy. You really have to either take a timeout and talk it through, you know, that's what those 30 seconds are for, or, you know, commit to a decision and then discuss it in that freeze time. Now, again, they're not punished for it because that initial utility shows up, and occasionally we do see the same in high levels of CS that, you know, they're not punished for that decision, but, you know, I at least would like to see that, those better fundamentals. Cyclone boost that up, flashed out the angle on half wall. It's him in spawn. 2-man setup. Still holding 4 top banana control. Not giving it up yet. Spawn is stuck here. So he will have to at least get 1, and he can't get that. But Cyclone does come in for the trade. It's a 2 for 1, and it's not in the CT's favor. Victoria's once again strong fundamentals, just trading into the bomb site. Now, one thing I did notice is that while Carnival don't seem to have a coach, Victoria's do. And that actually may be playing more of a factor than we realize in those tactics, and just another guy to bounce ideas off of in this team. Now, Clouder, another individual who I did praise for his aim before. And let's see if they can get this retake. It is a 3v2. And Razor loses out that fight. So now we just got Arakin. He's going to have to get a 1v3 in here. Gets that first skill, repositions. I'm not sure if they're aware of this. But they don't tap, they don't stick the bomb. Oh, he nearly had that in a lineup. But it seems like with that kit, Ember should have that defuse solid and locked down. So Carnival finally win their first round. Off the back of a doubling down, aided by that loss bonus. They finish the job, and this at least opens up the conversation now. Now it's no longer Victoria's just running away with it. But on the other hand, you've let them upgrade to full AKs, which I guess is just a consequence of actions that they had no choice in taking. And this is a more standard setup. Util deep in both angles. It looks like fighting for not only mid but banana as well. Although quickly giving up mid after throwing that molly. Content to let it fall by the wayside. Cyclone brave to be spamming that with the XM. Audio cues should make it pretty clear, and 5 AKs against you, you get spammed down pretty quickly, and he's already on half health as a result. The open utility exchange seems to be at least giving Victoria's brackets control. We'll see what else they can do with it. Ghost seems to be comfortable with creeping around the short corner, flash into it, but doesn't peek. Peeks on delay, and Recall Master has his number. Now 5v4. Repositioning. Another creep into this angle. And Spawns gets that kill. Spawns actually gets both kills. Ahead on that peak. And now Razor's on this long lurk, very detached from the rest of his team. But Cyclone's alone on this B bomb side. The rotation towards A was successful, and he actually gets that first kill. So now it's a matter of whether he can get one more, and Clouder just manages to finish that one. So now a very difficult round ahead of him. Razor does have a smoke. Oh, he had a smoke and he's wasted it. If only a little bit of patience on that throw would have actually led him. He would have had a great attempt at the round. Smoked off the angle, could have cleared out coffins, had just enough time to maybe do something with it, but with that, it's just going to be a save. And it looks like a tech pause, not a tactical one. So we're still waiting on tactical pauses from these teams. Underutilized at perhaps every level. 30 seconds to talk it out really does make wonders if you are struggling with ideas. And just a quick informational update, it does seem like the Victoria's lineup is composed of players from Too Easy. It's kind of an X Too Easy of sorts, but they've chosen to give their own name to it. Nothing out of the ordinary. Now, 3-man banana lean, it's not unusual to throw all that utility, but you'd be hoping to get control with it. With a deep smoke, flashed in, spawn, sees nothing. And looks like they do finally smoke it. I was wondering if they were just going to barrel all the way down, but it doesn't seem like that's the case. Now, from the T-side's perspective, they have forced down into this. Mostly rifles, but champs on a Tech 9. And again, we've seen this a few times. 3-man or 2-man lean towards B early, throwing their utility, getting deep control, letting spawn just sit here, or cyclone sometimes. And then rotating towards A instead, getting that control towards brackets. And they're creepy through the smoke here. Ember and Cyclone, they see nothing. And on the other side, Recall Master also sees nothing on top Banana. But the rotate's coming thick and fast. You can see Ember alongside Cyclone. And now even Ghost, all 3 players. There's a 4-man stack immediately. Fast rotations, 35 seconds left. So it does seem like this fight will decide everything. Erican spots a player in pit. Now it does tempt Ghost to come back, but it's at a little bit too late. This lurk fight is happening at the same time as everything else. Erican wins the duel, but the CT side hold is going to be enough. Spawn just lines them up and mows them down. The lurk worked out, but it was just a little bit too late. Impossible to pivot off of that. If they had had just 10-15 more seconds, they could have potentially made the run all the way out of Banana into A, but delaying it for so long meant that they had no choice but to commit into it, and it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. They've let Carnival have come back into this, and now it's just going to be pistols and nothing else. Not a very complex hold on. We finally see Ghost on that AWP. Now, I'm a bit worried against some of these pistols, you know. You want to see them do something. They've lost control already. It's only 2 brackets plays. They don't have any control on the side, but they don't actually commit to it. They don't push for it. But actually, on the other side of the map, Cyclone and Spawns push all the way down Banana. That's the counterplay. That's what the CTs were looking for. But it is still a 3v2. It's a bit awkward. And instead of pushing all the way through Banana, it seems like Carnival are actually content to rotate through B, through CT, back to A the safe way. A lot of confidence being placed in Ghost here. A lot of angles that he has to deal with, and Faith has been put in them, but this full Faith rotation, doesn't it seem a bit too early? Benzene is now walking up Banana, and Spawns is making this run back. It'll be just in time. It's not as clear-cut as you'd have everybody believe. Well-timed Molotov. Now, for all they know, Carnival could assume that Victoria's is in apartments. All they needed is 1 kill, and it can't even be that. Spawns fragging out so far. 7-3. The IGL criticized his poor numbers in the past, but if he shows up now, maybe that's all it takes. Double AWP setup, I'm not sure how I feel about this. They had a setup that was working, and maybe now with the full buy they feel comfortable pulling this one out, because maybe against weaker weapons, it wasn't as likely of a choice. We'll see what they can get done with it, what their plan is. Ember once again aggressing. Meanwhile, mostly banana pressure. Not fighting for top banana again. It seems like they're content either to throw a lot of utility and fall back, or just hold multiple players in the B-bomb side itself. And with this double orb, you can see why. Spawn is content to play more passive, but he doesn't get the kill. And this should give up at least that an AWP is in a place where they may not expect it. And it's pulled the rotations in both sides. The T is going to A and the CT is going to B. So it's actually worked against their favor. Now this is an incredibly tight line for an AWP. Very risky to hold it. And indeed, it's such a tight line that it doesn't work out for them at all. Smoke comes in and his angle is denied. Molotov should do a little bit of work at least. But shortened timing, it works for a few seconds. And the CTs on B aren't rotating at all. They're just stuck in their positions waiting for utility. But if Ghost can't get this first kill, then it's going to be all over. He gets headshot instantly, taken down. Ghost, couple of missed shots now. Probably put that AWP away. Ember's going to have to go huge or go home. He gets 1.5 kills, maybe almost 2, but doesn't get it done. And I'm left wondering, they're putting a lot of faith in Ghost in these positions, but he's not holding these angles in a committed manner. He's not able to get these kills, and you know, neither AWP able to get the instant frag on that peeking player, which is what you'd expect, you know? If you're holding an angle with an AWP, barring any utility thrown at you, and you're not holding such a tight angle, you should be getting that first kill. And if neither AWP can do it, then maybe the double AWP setup just isn't a valid look. You know, 4 rounds of Carnival, it's just been rifle rounds and, you know, taking care of the low buys. But if they can't get it done with a double AWP setup, I don't think they should recommit into it. Although they can't afford it, and it doesn't look like they're afraid of it at all. This will be interesting. Doubling down on it. Now, I will say, it is ironic to see a player with Recoil Master as their username have an AWP, which has no recoil, but stranger things have happened. Perfectly reasonable. Once again, this time a new look, Spawn is being boosted up. And now, can't say I've seen this kind of boost too many times, but it can catch players off guard. There's not many players to catch off guard here. And it seems like they've actually been read completely. What a perfect nade for the job. Benzene chunks plays down so frequently, and he's looking for this exact boost. So if it's what I thought was a surprise move, it seems like it's not a surprise at all. They read the play and dismantled it completely without even actually seeing a player there. All they heard was a couple of bullets that Cyclone fired, and job done. Very well played. And now, the question becomes what's going to happen with that second AWP. Ghost still holding these tight angles. A little bit uncomfortable, but maybe he'll prove that this doubt is unwarranted. As the smoke comes in on long, it seems like on the other side of the map, though, Benzene is just looking to try and cause a distraction. At the same time, Ghost is committed into this. He's not moving backwards. He's going to peek as they round that long corner. Spots the player, gets that flick kill. Does his job. And Ember stuck, killed in pit. Clouder at the back of the side gets the first kill. Gets the second kill as well. Great spray control from Clouder. And as well, the third kill, magnificent side hold. Now that double up has finally done its job. 1 kill each from them, and really all the pressure was on Clouder to deliver in the site. And he does so magnificently. Great spray control. Seeing much more of a closer game than perhaps we expected, and I'm really here for it. Looking forward to see where this takes us. Now, this is a round where I'm a little bit worried as well with this double up setup. You got a couple of Tech 9s and you got a couple of P250s. Now, everybody knows this good old story of what happens when a bunch of Tech 9s rush into a double up setup. I suspect, and maybe I'll be wrong, that if they just barrel straight down into top middle, they should be able to get that kill on Ghost, who's been holding that angle on short most of this while, no problem. And as well, it's a 2-man lean. And while the raid is coming straight in here. The Tech 9's rushing. Oh, but Ghost, he modifies his side hold. He goes deep into mid. Gets that first kill, gets that second kill. Great way to catch the T's off guard. He's been holding the same angle this whole time, but finally, a bit of variance to the playbook, and it works out perfectly. A double kill. Now, the Tech 9 has made it through, but nothing else is actually going to come of it. All he gets is a bit of tags and chip damage, but this is exactly what I wanted to see. A bit of fresh look. A bit of spritz. Pep in their step from Carnival. Finally, Ghost doing what he does best. Peeking into these angles. You know, I've been a bit uncomfortable watching him play these close angles and missing, but if he can peek into angles and actually find more kills that way, then that's the look for him. And now they've kept this 2-up setup, they can just run away with this half if no counter is found. Recall on his own orb, gets the no-scope flick, but Spawn on his own. Excuse me, it wasn't a flick, it was actually blinded, which is arguably more impressive. One can debate, but Spawn double kill. He's really been dominating on that B side. 10 kills from the in-game leader. And Clouder, once again, with that spray control, does well to get 1 kill, blinded, and Ghost finishes the job. Now it's down to Razor once again, 1v2. He's been in these clutches before. He's had a good attempt of it before, but picks up that molly and picks up the bomb. Sneaks through his smoke. He has enough time to play with everything here. Could go to either bomb site, but that freedom is limited. It's not going to last very long. Another player giving him anything, and he gets killed from behind. Ember peeks out from behind that pillar and takes him down. They don't recover the double up, but they have enough money to go straight back into it, and indeed they do. A decision that I perhaps wrongfully criticized them for, because it seems that they're just destroying Ghost with those crazy peaks into mid, and Spawn just locking down B. One stationary, one active, as is expected. And it's something we don't really see that often as well in CS2. We'll see if Ghost goes for another peek here. Straight down middle. Shows himself, but doesn't commit beyond that smoke. Plays it safe. You know, Spawn actually maybe peeking on his own. We'll see if he shows himself behind the wood. Yeah, gets that kill just before he's blinded. He spots the player, flicks in time with the jump that he saw. And no other control smoke behind them. They don't actually have any info victorious. They may have to just commit into this. if they don't have the patience to wait out that smoke and re-aggress into middle, but they don't have control. They don't know if they're being wrapped around completely. Usually they had a lurk. Victoria's usually had Razor lurking into apartments, but they don't have that control, so they're actually forced into this aggression. One player spotted, traded into the site, but Spawn at the back of the bomb site gets one kill, gets another kill. Spawn going huge, and it allows Clouder to peek into this, plus the final player spray control yet again. Dominant half in the end. Carnival a bit of back and forth at the beginning, 3 then 4, but the double up setup is the ticket that lets them have that dominant half. We love to see it. Just waiting on the second half to get started. Victoria's would love a pistol round. Struggling individually across the board. It's only really been Arakid to show some fight on the other end. Meanwhile, Cloud has been integral in these side holds. Spawn is absolutely locked down B on that CT side, so... I mean, if Spawn's having this good of a game, it's hard to go wrong when your IGL is just feeling the game so perfectly. I was really praising the initial T side from Victoria's, but it doesn't seem like they've got anything left in the tank for him. Now on the other side, Rico Master was tasked with brackets, but is fallen back quite quickly. Just not giving them a fight at all. Now on the other end of this entire battle, Cyclone has been cleared out. It was lurking way back. And Rico Master's now stuck between angles, falls back, gives Razor's fired up immediately, and these USPs are not collecting at all. As soon as I say that, he gets one kill and Benzine gets another. It seems like Victoria's may win this pistol round yet. Rico Master finishing that job. Now Shift Ghost only gets the first kill with that P250. A chance for a miracle denied. And it's Benzine and Rico Master to get those frags in the end. Now, that's step 1. With that bomb plant down, despite the decrease in the bonus that we do see, it's down to 600 instead of 800, but should still justify Mac 10s, maybe Galil. I'd be surprised if they just go for a full save here. It's quite a strange play. Really going into Tech 9s, not forcing with that bonus. Very strange. Not what we usually see in CS, but I can be convinced. I can definitely be convinced. But I don't see... This is also the problem, right? Is when you go into these Tech 9s, you know you're going up against not full rifles. So, you know, an MP9 fares pretty well against a horde of Tech 9s, gaining that map control. Straight through that molly, gets that first kill. Rico Master fairly confident. Razor cleared out as well. And it's down to Arakid, and he has to get this entire site held down by himself. It's only a FAMAS, and it's not the weapon for the job. He gets taken down. And color me surprised. The Tech 9s ambush them completely. Catch him completely off guard. Now, it wasn't much of an upgrade getting that FAMAS and MP9, but it's better than nothing. And, wow, Carnival Gaming proved me wrong yet again. As soon as they go for a decision, it seems like they've got an exact plan for it, which is great. The double up setup, they knew exactly where to position them, where to go. With this Tech 9 push, they knew exactly which angles to push straight into brackets, not fiddling with banana at all. And it's forced Victoria's to force up because they don't have any loss bonus. They know that even next round is going to be 0 buys from them, so buying down to as little as they can, apart from Recall Master, who's saving for that AWP. And that AWP will probably be their only hope. They'll give up this round. Next round, there won't be a buy either. And all they'll have is these pistols, whatever they save from this round. That's all they'll have. And you can see the CTs are rotating into B. Now the question is, where does this bomb go? Because right now, there are a lot of players over towards brackets in apartments, but the bomb is headed towards B still. Spawns gets killed. Now, how many CTs did he spot? Enough to ward Cyclone off. And now it's just Razor stuck in this site with the CZ. I don't think he's going to get much done here, but if they don't check this site properly and if they just go for the bomb plant... Oh, he's shot prematurely there. Now he's pretty much screwed. Pretty much screwed, I say, but he gets one kill still. How does that happen? Now it's a 3v2. Complete chaos. 2v2 just recovered. And the guns have been taken out, so it was just a 5.7s, but these 5.7s don't count him out just yet. Now, Benzine's gonna have an impossible task ahead of him because he's so low, but Arakin has the advantage. Pika gets the first tapped down. At angle isolation, they know where they each other are right now. Arakin and Cyclone. Oh, he can't get the jump. And with that, Cyclone snuck through the smoke. And that one play may have just saved them the round. He doesn't have a kit to stick this defuse, so this tap is about all he has to do. And he needed that one flick headshot. And even that may not have been enough. Just about saving the round. They should not have let it get that close, but a round is a round. And when you're down this far into the map, 5 to 10, I mean, you're not really playing the economic game at all either. You're happy to win each round as it comes. And as expected, this will be a full save. Recall Master needs that AWP in the next round if he's to have any sort of deep impact. And so we'll be seeing exactly that. One flash, it worked, but it didn't commit into the fight, strangely enough, so... Hoping to show with that commitment some sort of fake stack. Hoping to bait Carnival into rushing B and then, surprise, it's a stack, but it's not actually happening. Diligent in their clears, Carnival just... not afraid to double down onto it, and they'll be rewarded with a free bomb site. Stack does nothing of note. One kill of note and an AK. That's better than nothing. If he can get it and another kill, that's the AWP actually. That's a huge injection of cash. They were saving for that the whole time, and if they can save this AWP, tricky as it may seem, if Champ can get this kill, oh, he needed that one. He needed to lock it down. And he had the right idea, I just couldn't get that flick, and then the aim punch hit him too hard. And as expected, this would be their last stand. If they lose a bomb site here, it'll be an instant save call because they have no money for a buy if they lose players. And so the full commitment is what they're looking for. Meanwhile, Cyclone, tasked with this banana presence, is solo here, but he's not being pushed upon. The Molotov's not in his position at all, but he fakes him out for some reason. I'm not sure the need of that smoke. Trying to play around it, perhaps, or fake out the nades. That's also a great player, and Ghost behind him. Gets that kill, spots the player up. Boost on top of it, I guess, the kill as well. Cyclone and Ghost tag team it, and actually, these lurks may end up getting the kill on their own. As expected, I don't think we're going to see a retake at all. 3v5, this should be a save. They lost the B bomb site completely for free. And Recall Master does get one kill, but he should be taken that completely off guard. And they'll be lucky to save this AWP. Carnival, they're not exactly rich, so they will be looking to keep all their guns. It is 3 alive only, and one of them is an AWP. So I think both teams are kind of agreeing to a bit of a truce on this one. Let's try again next round, but let me tell you, Carnival, ever since those couple of rounds at the beginning, Victorias have just looked completely out of place. Individually locked out of the server. Last stand. No AWP. 2 MP9s, 2 for Masters. Arakin on the lone rifle. And it's another lean towards B. Desperate play. Playing aggressive. Already Ghost with that first kill. Benzene desperately picks into it, and Ghost is just picking these up left, right, and center. Blinded. Push off the angle. It doesn't matter. And there's no utility left. There's no hope left for Victorias. It seems like Carnival will be winning. It's a matter of time now. Rico Massa, the only one left. Now, if he wins this 1v5, we'll have a lot more to say, but it doesn't look like that's the case, and Carnival Gaming take that first map away from their opponents. 13-5 on Inferno. And now we look towards their own map pick. And we see whether they can finish this into on Mirage coming up next. Strong and dominant performance. We'll see you with map 2 after the break. Don't go anywhere, the CS will be coming right back.
Maybe I lost my way. Maybe you had gone too far. I had nothing left to say. We had left ourselves in the dark. So tell me this, if we left the peace where they fell, will we have a lot to lose from lying to ourselves? All the times you said to me, the feeling that you felt, we lost it. Can we get back the love we had? Get back the love we had. Or are we in love with what we lack? Get back. too far. I had nothing left to say. We left ourselves in the dark. Can we get back the love we had? Get back the love we had? Or are we alone with what we lack? Get back, to get back.
We are back into it with the pistol round of map 2, Victoria SUMUS versus Carnival Gaming. Cyclone peeking into apartments, but he's the only one here, so we're gonna see if he gets anything done. It doesn't look like he will. If you're just joining us, Victoria SUMUS lost their map pick 13-5. That was Inferno, and now Carnival Gaming starting on the T side on their map pick, which is Mirage, and Rico Master transfers window and indeed departs window. Doesn't let anything happen with it, and Clouder could really do a lot of damage here. At the same time, Arakin is kind of stuck, but he gets one kill, could get another, tries to turn around and cause a bit of chaos. It doesn't end up happening, and indeed nothing does for the CTs. But it is a 3v2, so it's not out of hope yet. One player spotted. Benzene is crossed past, but position noted, and Razor now in a 1v3 turn. 1v2, he gets the first kill, spots a player, knows generally where they are, but is going to have a tough time piecing this one together, and it does not happen at all. Kind of winning the pistol, and this could just be the beginning of a long and arduous farewell. Victoria's ran out of steam pretty quickly on that first map. It was that map pick, and now with Carnival have got a real game plan in here. We could be in for a short semi-final, folks. Not much to do or say about it. Clouder just left in middle. It's an A stack, pistols, couple of upgraded pistols. As a side note, I never quite understood why CTs went for a P250 as a $300 upgrade on ecos. It is if you have a plan with it, it is a better gun, but I feel like the USB silencer is actually a better effect for catching players off guard in, you know, strange positions, rather than going for the P250, which, you know, can have that damage improvement. I'm just not convinced, but, you know, that's just me. I'm sure they know what they're doing. Now, if I may update you on what's previously been the case in the God's Reign versus Iari game. God's Reign won that first map and are on their way to a 2-0. So we could be bringing you that coveted God's Reign Carnival gaming final much sooner than, you know, either of us hoped for. Now, 2 kills is about par for the course. Keeping those AKs in the mix for that next round. No AWP yet again. Just going to be the rifles. Team's not opted to get that glass cannon or saving enough money for it. Now, the ticket of getting that glass cannon is you need to get at least 1 kill in those first 2 rounds if you're the AWPer. And as you can see, Rico Master did not get a single one, so he doesn't even have the option. Because you can't glass cannon if you're not the AWP. I mean, simple maths, I'm sure you understand. And simple maths is what Carnival are looking to exploit. Bringing 4 towards A early. It's just going to be Cyclone on that lurk, but not much else that he's tasked with. Ember locked out, but he has the Mac 10, so we may see him just jumping straight through that smoke on a timing alongside the rest of his teammates in a main. Flashed out, Clouder throws that Molotov, but it's put back of default. And Ghost clears out side position. So, but Rico Master 2 through the smoke. Clouder finally trades it, but the damage already been done. It's a 2-for-1. Now it's a 3v4. Bomb needs to go down momentarily. There's a bit of a chaotic position going on here, but Ember gets 1 kill, doesn't get the other one. Mac 10 not good enough for multi-frag, and it's Cyclone in a 1v2. He's got full health and an AK. And he's about to get the bomb. Knows that one player is in CT, but can't finish the job. Pushed the issue just a bit too prematurely. Was worried about being picked up from multiple angles, and, well, that worry cost him his life. And so victorious, they fight back. They win that full gun round. And maybe this book isn't quite closed yet. Maybe there's a bit more to be written from Victorious' side. And again, just thinking it out, Carnival. Now, it's not so bad on the T side if you're waiting around in spawn. Because you can still attack a site as a group and, you know, ignore the initial utility. It's not as big of a deal, but regardless. Spawn gets 1 kill. Hold on a second. He was just solo lurking in a main. Now, Spawn may be similar to Crazy Gamer. Both of these IGLs do love a bit of a main presence. Razor's gonna have a lot on his plate here, and he doesn't even get that first kill. Now it's gonna be down to Benzene. Solo hold from short, not ideal, but he gets the first. He gets the second as well. Bomb looks like it has gone down. He's getting all these kills, but the bomb's down, and his teammates have fallen behind him. These pistols, deadly work. I was praising Victorious, but if you can't keep it clean against these ecos and low buys, Doesn't matter how good you are in the gun rounds. One dig spawn impressive pistols to open the round, and Ember does the rest. Carnival have done this multiple times now. Just eco victories against Victorias. As soon as they get comfortable with that gun round, Victorias seem to grow a bit too lax. And already letting Ghost have that peek in middle. He's going to have the orb, but he's going to see a player. Has a second opportunity, gets the tag down. Arakin damaged to begin the round, but it is just a deagle. So, not a big deal in any case. You should expect this to be the round. And he gets that kill. We didn't hear it, but we saw it. It did happen. And in comparison, the CT eco will be a lot less threatening, as the B-bomb side is left completely unchecked and uncontrolled. Arakin nearly had an opportunity for an easy shot, but Clouder saves his teammate. Keeps the orb in control. Ghost out with it early this time. And on the T side as well. It's a matter of whether he can keep it going, and I think that's going to be no problem for him. Ricomosa has snuck past. Unchecked, but I mean, nothing comes of it. And that has to be demoralizing as well, Victoria's, if you keep losing to these low buys, but you keep having a few opportunities here and there, just a few chances. You start to wonder, do we really have what it takes? Can we hold it together against these low buys? Even if we win a gun round, there's never a moment to relax. You know, if your fundamentals and your basics are on point, maybe it's not as big of a problem, but clearly Victoria's have got a bit of a mental game to win, not only the physical. I mean, the loss bonus is stacking up. They've got the orb in. Rico Masters literally got orb and armor, nothing else. So he's gonna have to do a lot of heavy lifting here because we've been waiting for some sort of impact. And it looks like the different look is gonna be boosted into ladder, into short, but there's nobody middle, so as soon as he makes a play, he's already out of position. Nobody's holding from CT, nobody's inside at all on A. Completely ran circles around. Champ is behind the smoke, just hoping to catch a glimpse, anything. You know, hoping the CS2 smoke billows and gives him a glimpse. But not to be. They've lost the entire side. And honestly, this may be a 5v5 save if they can't get a kill immediately. And it looks like they've actually done the job. It's been difficult to get these retakes down, but if they can get it quickly, it's a 4v2. Don't let the delay happen too long now. Now 1v3 for Ember, gets that first kill, knows that the players are coming from CT, so if he can just delay enough, he knows what the setup will look like. He just needs to get the kill. He doesn't get the kill in the diffuser, but even if he did, there was plenty of time with the kit on Champ. And Victoria's showing a bit of initiative on that retake, not delaying it, not second guessing themselves, wondering, should we save this? Split second call was made in that moment. Retake now, flash into CT. You know, they didn't have any control, but all it takes is no dilly-dallying, no delaying, no waiting for the timer to tick down and being out of position. And while in the early game we have seen Victoria's sure fight, now we can see if they have what it takes back to back to back. You know, can they actually show up in more than the odd round here and there? Yet again, Recall Master in short. This time it will be tested. But the player gets the kill. It's as simple as that. Now Ember tried to sneak up short, but he's made his presence known already, so he's gonna have to either give up on that or get more support. Opts to drop down to middle instead. Meanwhile, Ghost is trying to get an AWP pick of his own. It's not as easy as that. However, the entirety of the A side is given up, and Arakin just not aware of this at all. Was he aware that the entirety of the A side was gone? Spawn seems to be aware. Gets control all the way, routing himself past Con, past jungle, gets all those kills. Recall Master picks one back, but this retake is going to be a little bit more tricky because the positioning is not there. They don't have that flash into CT play. On the other hand, they do have Benzene. It's going to be difficult. He doesn't get the frag at all. And this one's going to have to be a save. Unless Recall Master's gifted an opportunity. And he is gifted an opportunity. They're just fumbling with utility. What's going on? Carnival Gaming. You had the entirety of the bomb side and you knew the players were towards short and towards B and you're just fumbling it. What a mess. Leaving Cyclone in a 1v2. This was gone way too close compared to what it would have been. Him against 2. Razor and Recall Master. Recall Master 3 in the round so far. Is on that AWP. Just clearing out the site. They'll figure out that ECL soon enough. Gets the first kill. Doesn't quite get the second. Razor tidies it up and they've given it away. Victoria's come back into it. I was saying it's going to be a difficult way to retake it, but if you just fight into connector for seemingly no reason. Not quite sure I understand what's going on there. Not the cohesion that they've shown so far, for sure. Carnival Gaming. It's a little bit wonky, but let's see if they can put that behind them. Now Cyclone, he does have the bomb. This could be an intentional play to show the bomb and then do a quick rotation elsewhere in the map. Meanwhile, the usual mid-lurk is going on. Just checking out if anyone's pushing past that smoke. No commitment behind any of this play, of course. This is more of a default look. Clouder on a Tech 9. Meanwhile, the rest of his team is border. But the util is already exhausted. I mean, look at what they've got here. Smoke, 2 mollies, flash and a nade. That's all they have. 1 smoke left to go into a bomb site. 1 minute left, 1 smoke left. Where's it going to go? What are they going to do with it? Got so excited. Well, looking at and working out, but it may not be as easy as that. Recall Master gets the first kill. 2 for 1. A bomb site is completely under their control now. Champ could have had something to say about it, but nothing new, nothing special. It's only down to Razor now. If he can somehow save that orb, that would be the best chance, but I don't think he's making it there. Take what you got and run with it. And Carnival don't seem to be shaken by some of their round losses. Content to bounce straight back into it. And he may not even survive with his gun. He is being hunted, all the accused all around him, scared for his life. And he can't get it done. Nothing saved. Look at the money. It's miserable for Victoria, so they'll be giving this one away as well. Mediocre loss bonus, so even if they do save, they won't have a great buy next round, and it looks like they've realized that, and they've actually opted to force into this. Now, the CT force is not really... I don't think it's worked out for them too much, Victorious, but... that doesn't mean you stop trying. Another default look. Sending out their feelers, spawn and Cyclone lurking it. Those outer ends of the map, meanwhile, middle is also under their control. Three-man stack towards B. Recall Master taking that risk and pushing forwards. Rewarded with info, so this should give credence to that lurk. Although Spawn is worried about it, he misses the timing, but the audio cue is given up anyway. He doesn't play it slowly at all. And that should give up a bit of the stack, although they have pivoted towards A now. So, in a way, they may have turned misinfo into real info by stacking into the bomb site that they previously had left empty. But it seems like they're just being picked apart one by one. Real opportunity there for Champ to get a gun and run, but maybe it's just Benzene is gonna have to do it himself. Oh, that was a real chance. Could have gotten a couple of frags there, made it a little bit expensive. Money's not out of control yet. They could have done well to get that last frag. From an economy perspective, but I mean, too little, too late. 3 alive. They move on. Sharp shooting, but that's all. I mean, Benzene is showing up on this map. No doubt about it, but if that's all you have as a team, it's not going to be enough. And that was the force buy, need I remind you, so they gave that one a good shake, but it was lost. You can give this one away, and it's going to be 7-3. We'll see what Champ can do with this flashbang. Looking to flash his team into middle. But they've already made it through and spotted nobody. And that's that play done. Now they are behind them here, so there's a real opportunity to get a gun or two. We'll see what Cyclone sees. Dinks and damage exchanged. Now, I can update you on the fact that God's Reign has won their semi-final game quite handily, 13-2, 13-5. Inferno, Anubis, and we didn't see a Mirage, so... we're looking and waiting on that one. And it looks like we are going to see a Carnival God's Reign Grand Final as expected and as anticipated. But it's not done yet. Recall Master with his AWP has had a rough go of things in this half so far. Once again trying to push over towards short, but this won't be the play this time. It's going to be a flash in. A bit of a B-rush. Raze is going to be tested immediately. U2 out. He's alone right now. Rotation's coming in. He's sounding the alarm. Molly to delay, although that was the tease Molly, so maybe nothing to do. Recall Master gets that first good, but Clouder gets another one, and another one indeed. Back-to-back frags. B-site taken completely without hassle. And it's only Recall Master to get that one frag in the middle before he's taken down. The AWP is lost again. And Victoria's stuck saving. They don't have money. They need to keep these CTs alive if they want to buy again. But their chances are running out. It'd be 8-3 last round. They'll have to buy, of course, but buy what? I mean, the T's are hunting this, no questions asked. They have enough money to buy a couple times. And so, Hurricane and Benzene are going to have to actually fight for this instead of just taking this save for granted.
Terrorists win.
but it looks like they'll make it out alive. Final round of the half. Victoria's could look to repeat an 8-4. And I mean, if we're checking the stats right now, it is not looking pretty across the board. Round distribution, frags, everything is talking against the Victorias right now. Maybe this is the rise of Carnival with Ghost. Well, it's not Ghost, it's fragging. Certainly space is being made because Spawn is having 2 good maps back to back. And it could be another B play. Bomb is leaning towards there from the beginning. Perhaps just looking to bait out utility and rotations from these A main lurk. And they go through indeed, really selling this fake. Molotov should force out one player. Forces him backwards at least. Champ gets taken down. Ghost. His teammate goes down. He spots another player. Had an opportunity for a flick there, but now the pressure's on Razor. The rotation and the fake has been sold. It's a 3v4. You paid a lot for that. Now you have to really commit to it, and it works out just fine. Razor, alone and confused, couldn't do anything with it. Has had a terrible time on this hold. Never had a chance to lock it down. And 3v3 retake. It is even playing field, apart from the lack of utility on the CT side, but they can make it possible. They have a kill Recoil Master, but Recoil Master is also stuck. And the time is ticking, the kit's gone down, it's a bit too far away, and the frags are just not there. Benzene unable to finish even one. And we go 9-3. And by the looks of the ping, it seems like Carnival Gaming are playing from some sort of team house as well, because they've all got the exact same ping. So, you know, a little bit of sleuthing, a little bit of intel there, as this is an online tournament. If everyone's got the exact same ping, that's a bit of a nod towards that, if you can guess what's going on. As we get into this pistol round, seems like Victoria's are just going for a straight up A play, one smoke and go. Exactly that. Armor on everybody else, so that's all they'll have. They are pushing out into this, trying to get the frags, but it's not quite working out for them. Trying to clear out behind triple. It does work. They're getting the frags. Okay. Short-lived hype that though. Bomb is through, so he can actually sneak through this. Champ has threaded a completely different kind of needle, so the bomb plant is at least a guarantee. He goes for the fake. He spots the player out, but he may have just sacrificed his chance to the free bomb plant. Commits to it. Balls of Steel is rewarded for it. Knows one player's whereabouts, gets that tap. It's a 1v2 now. One player's low. He finishes that one down. 1v1 Champ. Playing for his entire team right now and gets it 1 versus 3. Clean headshots on the full health players and damages down the tagged Clouder to finish the job. And that's exactly what Victoria's needed in this half. They needed the pistol and they now need the follow-up as well. Great clutch from him, but that won't be the end. In fact, that's just the beginning of what Victoria's require to continue this half. Can they be inspired by that clutch is the question on our lips right now. They'll have a free go of it. Just a couple of deagles. And the B bomb site is left mostly unguarded now. The rotation is coming in, but it is just a deagle, so it's not much of a rotation to speak of. Although, have seen a bit of crazy deagle rounds from Carnival in the past. So we'll see what Ghost can do. Had a chance. Gets another, but it's just a weak body shot, nothing more. That one gets a kill, picks up a Galil. He's happy to take that and run. And a Molotov as well, by the way. Reminder to you and your matchmaking teammates at home. If you're a CT and you've got an incendiary and you see a Molotov on the floor, pick up the Molotov. It is better now. Can catch a T off guard if you throw a Molotov and they're expecting a different kind of radius because of the CT incendiary's size, but
Terrorists win.
not a negligible difference at all. Regardless, Victoria's, they do good on that promise. The clutch is followed up with a round. And now it becomes a question of, can you keep it going? Now this could be considered a bonus round, but five Galils, full util. It's basically a buy round, and there's no opportunity, there's no chance for bonus rounds anyway. Flash straight in, but it's a push by Spawn. He doesn't even get the first kill. Ghost does well to try and get a trade, but it doesn't happen. And indeed it's a 2-on-2, but they're going into the B bomb site. They're trying the exact same exploitation that they themselves were victim to. Razors routing into the bomb site, but doesn't spot anyone and gets killed for it. These Galil's not doing them justice at all, and while they traded out in middle as well as they could have, the routing into the B bomb site was hurried and they just couldn't get the job done. And it'll be a disappointing feeling yet again as Victoria's just get a couple rounds, a bit of hope, the glimmer, the ray behind the dark cloud, and it's taken away from them yet again. And again, credit where credit is due. Carnival have shown individual prowess. Nobody's got a negative KD at all. Spawn, once again, magnificent map, but Victoria's are kind of calling themselves into a bit of a hole here. Not finding the gaps in the defense, and when it comes down to it, the individuals can't path and they can't find the right frags. Of course, it's going to be difficult, but the challenge continues.
Counter-terrorists win.
This will be their last full buy. If they go down, or second last full buy, they can scrounge something together in the last round if they save right after this. So you can call it the last chance to confidently come back into this, because if you're 12-5 down, I mean, you can win as many full buy rounds as you like. You may not have enough chances to do so. Now, they've got the right ideas. They've got mid control, but again, with the adaptation, Ember's in A main. So giving up middle, but finding map space regardless to counteract that. Cyclone sees that nobody's in connector yet. Throws that Molotov, but they're ahead of it already. Arrogance through. And Ghost is going to look to peek into connector. A lot of angles that he's going to have to clear out with this AWP. Spots one player, hits the headshot, immediately flicks into it, but Benzine's on that trade. Spawns, clears out the apartment lurk. Or the palace lurk, rather. But are they going to predict the embers in A main right now? This is the pivotal question. 3-on-3, damage players. Cyclone already gets that kill. So this lurk is going to have a right timing to do the job, and he's done it.
Counter-terrorists win.
And look at the buy now. They're going to have to save. No choice but to give up 12. And indeed, they opt to just leave the Glocks alive. Nothing bought into it. They just can't afford to do it. It's a hopeless situation to be in, but this is the grim reality that Victorias have been facing this entire series. It's been nothing but close calls into dominant halves yet again. We're just waiting for the inevitable to come to pass. Give it a bomb plant would really be no solace. A bit more utility. That's all you get. One kill. It's not enough to do anything with, but it's at least something to feel good about in this desolate streak of rounds that Carnival have been on. Winning the pistol, winning the conversion, but apart from those rounds, all the important rounds, all the rounds where you could say the best of teams come out, not just a pistol round, but gun rounds, ecos, etc. It's been nothing but Carnival gaming. And it seems like that's going to continue to be the story as they dominate in middle. But Champ has something to say about it. It's a 1v2, doesn't get that kill at all. And indeed, it's Carnival Gaming to take that victory. 2-0, 13-5 on both maps. Mirage and Inferno. And this sets up the stage for Carnival Gaming God's Reign Grand Final, which is what everyone has been waiting for. The true highlight of the day. And I'm happy to bring it to you once we are able to do so. Hope you've enjoyed the semi-final so far. The grand final is coming up. Take a bit of a break, have a glass of water, and then come right back because we're going to bring you the best of Indian Counter-Strike on the Dust2 India Masters Edition 12. We'll be right back after this.
voice in my head. do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
Hello and welcome back to this little de facto analyst desk. We've got Carnival Gaming and God's Drain. The grand final is upon us shortly. And as far as I'm aware, the next map should be Anubis. Now, in terms of the head-to-head between these two teams, they have played against each other fairly recently. Not quite that recently, but almost a month ago. At least on HLTV, I'm sure they've played each other in practice and so on and so forth, but it was indeed Anubis back then. God's Reign seemed to have a fair shake at Anubis. And they have historically won it 30-4, the scoreline was last time. And I think I'm expecting a similar scoreline, maybe a bit less dominant. I'm excited to see, hopefully, the full God's Reign lineup versus the full Carnival Gaming lineup, because the individual skill from the side of Carnival Gaming has raised in recent times. Ghost Edition, of course, does raise that ceiling, as well as I've seen Spawn have a couple of great maps back to back in that semi-final, and that's really what we're looking to see, whether God's Reign can be put to bed in a grand final of the Dust2 India Masters, because they've been really successful so far. 6 titles under their belt, looking for yet another one, and Carnival Gaming, with those roster changes, looking to change that storyline. Now, of course, everybody's all waiting to see, I'm sure, as well as I think this game is should be listed as well on HT2V. So if anyone, is just wandering in here, waiting to see some great Counter-Strike, I'm happy to bring it to you and looking forward to a lovely time. Now, in terms of map vetoes, we've got Ancient and Dust2 as a decider, should it come to that. Happy to see a no Mirage, because that is, of course, a foundational map. I do love Mirage, but too much Mirage does get a little bit tiring, even for me. And Ancient is, of course, another staple map, but Dust2, you don't see too much Dust2 so far, so I'm content with the Dust2 map. Now, one day I would love to see teams in the Dust2 India Masters play a bit of a nuke, a bit of a vertigo, but so far it's not been the case, and I'm not holding out hope for something that's not possible to happen. And that's the current state of things. I think Anubis is going to be a fun time for all involved. Now, I think I should also clarify, I think I finally decided I will be calling connector, not electrical, not dark. I will call it connector, because I think that just makes the most cohesive sense. I think it tracks. And I think we will be getting into the game shortly, so don't go anywhere. It's only a matter of minutes, and you'll be able to see the best of Indian Counter-Strike, brought to you by yours truly, backpackbrain. And I hope you're a bit hyped, get a bit of energy in the atmosphere in the room and stuff, because I think that's what we're all about. So we have got almost everybody on the server. It's not too long now. It looks like we will be getting into it. I expect God's Reign to win Anubis pretty handily, but I can be proven wrong, and I have been proven wrong multiple times already. So we wait with bated breath to see whether that is indeed the case. We expect God's Reign to start on the T side, although it is debatable on Anubis whether CT side or T side is better to start on. I think we haven't solved that dilemma yet. We're still ironing out that particular issue. If you choose the map and your opponent chooses a side, do they want to choose a CT side because that's the traditional choice, or do they want to choose T side because T side is a stronger side on this map? So it's maybe both choices are fine right now. I think if you have a specific plan, then that's what you lean towards. But aside from that, that's the primary discussion. And here we go. Pistol round. God's Reign versus Carnival Gaming. Indeed, Carnival Gaming opt to start on that T side as this is God's Reign's map pick. Welcome to the grand final of Dust2 India Masters Edition 12. Happy to be bringing you the action right here. And the action is already concluded, perhaps. The entirety of the B bomb side has been lost. It's going to be a fast retake. 3v4. CTs are going to have a terrible time making it back into this. Hard to beat on those Julies. Waiting for the smoke to clear, expecting someone to be stuck in there. And indeed, he's right, but only gets the first kill. It is Spawn yet again with another strong opener into a map. He's been having a bit of a great day, Spawn has. Great frags in this first semi-final and already 2 kills on the pistol round. This could be the beginning of new era of Carnival Gaming's fragging, because previously Spawn has been a serious liability in my view in terms of individual output, but if he can really dispel those rumors and those ideas in not only my mind but the thoughts of other pundits in the space, then perhaps there's more to be said about this team. Maybe it's not just True Rippers and God's Reign at the top. Maybe there's a few more discussions to be had. Heavy lean towards A. It is a force up from God's Reign, and Cyclone throws the molly. Aptly placed. I say that, it goes a bit ahead of R2B2. No one's really seen each other yet. Cyclone will be the first to take contact. He looks away at the crucial juncture. He's going to get caught in the back. Oh dear, it's terrible timing for Cyclone. He had that until just a moment ago. But with that, this defense is moving and it's rotating towards B. I say that, they don't actually rotate at all. Fired up. Left on a bit of an island, but they don't check him either, and he gets 1 kill. Finn is stabbed in the back. So it's not all sunshines and daisies. In fact, God's Reign's great start has been punished. They don't even retrieve the AK. They instead opt to go for this retake, and I was gonna say it's not working out for them, but 1 kill. And it turns out 1 kill is all he's gonna get. I highly suspect that Barbie will be retreating from this. And so Carnival, although it is with its struggles, they pick up the second round. That's the benefit of choosing that T side, of course, is that you can actually dictate the pace because the T side is currently the easier side of the two. So even if you do choose Anubis, you need to be prepared to have a good CT side because you're going to be starting on that CT side and you're going to have a rough time of it overall. We're hoping for a good series here, so we're waiting to see when God's Reign will bounce back. It won't be this round, of course. This is just the save, 1 flash, 1 smoke. Barbie saving that 5-7. And there won't be much else to say about it. Although there is a bit of a push up. Fired Up is in a forward position, but don't know what'll come from it really. Flash through, but Barbie's not blinded at all. He had a real chance to get that frag. And Finn is only on a USP, so he really can't do much to trade that one out. Cloud has given away 1 kill. It seems like that'll be the only thing given away, though. His Fired Up is the last one remaining. He got this positioning earlier in the game. On the round, rather, but hasn't seen anything else come of it.
Bomb has been planted.
So it'll be a 3-0 start. And then now comes the real test. Revan looks like he has enough money to buy the rope. Even if it's absent the kit and caboodle. Literally the kit in this case. I don't think he'll be buying that one. But certainly not the utility that he'd want. Meanwhile, the T-side doesn't look like they'll be prioritizing the AWP all that much. But Ghost should be able to afford it. Does he want to do it is a separate question.
Terrorists win.
He's got the money. And if he foresees that Revan's got one, maybe that's what's on his mind. We'll see if that decision comes through. And it looks like Ghost is not doing so. Ooh, yep, no, never mind. He is. And so we get the AWP head-to-head from the beginning. And a tactical to seal the deal. Where's this AWP gonna go? What's the plan? I've looked to Revan as the best player in the region alongside Finn for a while now. And I'm still kind of waiting to see that constant level from him that convinced me in the beginning. It's not been that way consistently so far. Gosrain have had their rough patches of form, including the fact that they aren't at the Sky Esports event right now. That's going to be a sore spot for them. They've been the best Indian team for a while, and they're not getting that Indian slot in a big LAN, especially for the scale of what Gosrain is competing in. It's probably the biggest LAN they would have competed in so far, and to miss that opportunity, especially in a loss to True Rippers, is going to sting. So they've got something to prove here. Meanwhile, Cloud is not letting off the gas. He's pushing straight into it. Flash does not blind him at all, but the Molotov obscures his vision, prevents his spray from being as clean as we've seen in the past. And so a 4v5 to start off Carnival's T-side on the 4th round. AWP set up in a double mid-bridge angle, but it won't be tested. It's going to be R2 and that solo hold is going to feel that pressure first. Aptly timed smoke. They're not quite close enough to walk through it without a flash peek. And so they are actually deterred. You can see them falling back behind that smoke. They're going to bide their time. They do have the time to do so, but on the other side of the map, Bobby is exploring. He's seeing that the rest of the map is eerily quiet. And he's even opting to drop down all the way. He's completely flanking them. And so while this rotation is maybe a bit late, but Revan's here in time. He misses the shot. Meanwhile, he gets taken down, but R2 gets that first kill. Barbie's behind him. He's going to have to get more than just that little frag. He doesn't even get the first frag. And what I thought was a perfect positioning from Gosrain actually turns out to be that downfall. Both players spotted, fired up in a 1v2. Bomb not down yet. 15 seconds, it gets planted. He knows where the players are, so he knows what to look for. Gets the kill on the watching AWP of Ghost. And now it's a 1v1. He doesn't have a kit yet, but he's silently repositioning around. Goes for the kill, doesn't get it done. Headshot from Ember seals the deal. 4th round for Carnival. Came down to the wire, and it looked like Gosrain had the superior positioning, but they just couldn't get the frag from that lurk. Barbie fumbled it there. And that one frag would have been the difference maker. Fired Up does well to make it as close as it was from that point, and they're actually going to have an interesting sort of buy here. I'm not sure I completely understand. I guess they're looking for a semi-buy into a full buy, trying to maximize their opportunities, but it's an M4, 2 MP9s, and 2 5.7s. Not exactly what I'd describe as, you know, optimal, but R2B2 is just going straight through the smoke, catches them completely off guard. 2 kills, Barbie and R2 combine. And in the meantime, the push through B main catches the rest of these off guard. They clear this one out completely. Now, here's the tricky part. Bomb is under the T's control. If Clouder can just grab it and run, A-bomb side is clear. They should have the time to make this work because they don't know where the T's are. God's Reign do have to be a little bit careful, move in a pack, play together. They've got the AKs now, so they do have weaponry, but they don't know where the T's could have positioned themselves to. Cyclone could be in spawn for all they know, and so they have to take these peaks very slowly, clear this one out meticulously. And that time is what's been afforded to Carnival, to give them that bomb plant and post plant positioning. Cloud on that first peak, gets the first kill. Cyclone on the watch for his behind, gets that frag as well. Now it's a 1v2, Finn's so low. It's such a difficult way to clear it, and he doesn't even get that first opportunity. 2v3, Carnival. Closer than it perhaps had any right to be, but it was a great set play from God's Reign. You have to give credit where credit is due. They pushed through B main and mid simultaneously, through those smokes, catching them off guard. But of course, that's a necessary sacrifice that you have to make, right? And in that chaos, Carnival spot that gap and they take it immediately. They get the timing right, they get the post-plant positions, they read the rotations. They're not worried about a flank peek from somewhere else. And that confidence nets them around. Not worried. Still full buys across the board. Money a bit weaker on God's Reign side, so they lose this. They're going to have to get pistols at best in the next round. But it is still the Revenant. In the meantime, spawn is tucked in here towards connectors. Going to throw the standard utility, exchange of Molotovs to deny either side from moving forward. Has to get ahead of the U2, spots 2 players and can relay that information, but he doesn't get the frag. Ghost not quite in position to get that trade and goes down, giving up the AWP as well. We'll see if Fired Up is brave enough to go and grab that, but for now it doesn't seem like that's the case. On the other side of the map, though, Cyclone is working out here, but the pillar peak, no one's there for the pillar peak, and it's R2 and Barbie to combine. Bomb is actually able to get a kill here. If he gets the kill onto Fired Up, he does indeed. So it's a 1v5 attempt. Now, if Ember wins this 1v5, I don't know what to say. But it's a 1v4 now. He's done the first job, but he's still stuck on the bomb site. Too afraid to go into any angle, knows that 4 CTs lie in wait. But they would assume that he goes into B main. The time is ticking. What are they waiting for so long? Oh. I'm gonna guess that Revan saw his rifle at some point. Or was that a crazy prediction shot? Unfortunately, I don't have the technology to show you the time travel replays. But what I can say is that it was looking almost worrying. 20 seconds, 1v4, they don't know his position, and then he just gets headshot through the default bomb position. Like, I guess I read that one exactly where it should have been. God's Reign to finally got one on the board. They need more than this one, though, if they're going to keep it going. They've dropped Carnival down to a bit of a Tech 9 rush by, but it's going to be more than that. Barbie's tasked with a lot here. Doesn't even get the first kill. He's unable to commit to anything, and Anubis is left scrambling to get this defense sorted. And in the meantime, Fired Up is desperately trying to prevent this flow of T's, but he can't even get that first frag. It's down to Finn to try and finish the job through the smoke. Gets one, but doesn't get another one. It's going to be Revan to do the dirty work, and indeed he does with a double, helping out R2's site hold. And they've lost the bomb. They've lost that opportunity for a moment there. It looked like everything was all over. Mid was given up, but they fall back at the right time towards A and towards B. Don't let the situation get out of hand, and it's well played from Goddrain despite the chaos. 2 deaths is still perfectly reasonable. Now, here's the tricky part. Cyclone is fully behind them. Now, finish checking, but it's a matter of timing. It's a matter of seconds. And he has been spotted, so instant retreat, instant safety, fall back. Tries to molly him out of position, but Revan's already on the angle. And so Goddrain, they did the hard job and they finished the easy job, and unfortunately for them, I don't think there's going to be much respite. I think there's going to be a buy right back in. Carnival have had enough funds to keep it threatening this whole time. Now, if they don't win this one, hold on. Okay, there we go. I was wondering. There was a few people not bought down yet, but they did indeed commit. We are still in a threatening position. Ghost, very dangerous positioning from them, but he makes it through. Revan blinded or missed. Not quite sure, but either way, he doesn't get the frag. Now, Bobby is again in this mid corner. And he spots 2 players here. Gets a spray down transfer. Nade through the smoke, catches him off guard, and he does well to finish the job. Missed Molotov. That Molotov would have been really useful to get that player out of positioning. You would have gotten the info as well, but now you've got nothing to do. Great nade. Simple fundamentals. Finn doesn't even hesitate to re-pick into that. Doubling down a little bit greedy, and he's gonna pay for that. Now it's Revan on the side alone. He does get the frag bombs dropped, and now 1v2 for Cyclone. He's been left in these situations a few times. Manages to bait out the AWP frag. Doesn't really have an idea of where the second player is right now. Knows that Revan's on site. Gets that kill regardless, but it is on Revan, and he's still paranoid. And Bave takes advantage of that. Swings immediately. Picks up the AWP, so now they should finally have a respite. Carnival should finally have to take a break, and I say that, and they've bought Tech-9s again. The endless suffering of being on the CT side of Anubis. This rush could go anywhere, this rush could do anything, and it's ever threatening. Utility sets, straight through. Clouder goes through, but the Molotov is enough to deter him. But they are behind this still. It's not over yet. They don't get the job done, though. And Bavi actually finally gets that mid hold locked down. Now, he did have a double kill in that last round, but against that rush, he was left a little bit worse for wear. Now, it is a 2v3 still. Let's not get our hopes up just yet for a God's Reign solid round, because bomb is still in their control. 1 rifle retrieved. They can swap that over to the full health player, watching for the flank, but he's reloading, and he couldn't have really finished that frag with a Tech-9 anyway. I say that. He actually does plenty of damage, and he gets the kill. 1v2. He's on pretty low health, so question of whether he can do it or not is still very much up in the air. Oh, I think they just missed the timing. I don't think Revan saw him at all, especially with that AWP slow peek. R2B2 is also spotting as well, but 7 health, 40 seconds. He's not going the long way, so it should be a done deal. He may even look to save this. Although, hold on a second. Vaughn has kind of baited him out a little bit here. He's isolated 1 duel, and it is the AWP, so the health is not going to be a factor in this. He's not got his pistol out. Had an opportunity there, but couldn't have known. And so it's going to go by the wayside. Now, will they finally take a break? Nope, because they had a half by last round, so it's a full by this round. The pain train continues. God's Reign have been fighting tooth and nail this whole time. Every round has been a struggle. And so the money still isn't great. Even if they lose this, they'll be able to scrape together a buy of M4s and MP9s and such. Probably not going to get the AWP if they don't save it. So they've got a real battle ahead of them. Carnival are not letting their opponents have any room to breathe. They're going to keep throwing punches until their arms fall off. And Cyclone, on that lurk, is finally come through the successful frag. R2's taken down. They know that that's the anchor for the A bomb site. They know that they can exploit this middle position now, and Ghost does just that. Barbie likely alone on this side, so he gets pushed immediately, but the Molotov saves him for now. The question is, do they read the rotations? They kind of will know what's going on in the map. Doesn't look like they've got the greatest idea, but Ghost is behind them. He's completely behind them. It's still a 4v4, but the flank is being flanked. And the flank was being flanked both ways. It's a tricky positioning, but they actually have the B bomb site though for the bomb plant. So while that frag was pivotal in terms of clearing out the lurk and saving the positioning, oh, Spawn's not aware that that's actually a possible angle, but it's not a done deal just yet. Hold on, Cyclone gets a double kill. Now it's down to 1v2. It's fired up against them both again. 1v2, he's no making any secrets about it. Position noted, gets the first kill, tries to transfer it over, but Spawn too aware for it. Goes for that peek immediately. And Carnival, persistence, breaks through God's Rain, and look at the money. I was just mentioning it. What if they lose this round? What's it gonna do to their buy? Revan immediately into M4 and armor. But it's not pretty at all, is it? It's not great. We'll see what different look they can put on this defense now that they don't have an AWP to commit to properly. Not a stack either. And already one lost on the bomb site. Cyclone's lurk does fail to find any impact, so it's still 1-for-1. The smoke being down in main for now means that B is still safe. The closest thing they have to an A defense is R2 on this crawl back into the site towards heaven. He's gonna have a lot on his plate in a minute. We'll see if Finn can save him, but he's just focused on preventing the overflow into Temple from behind. So it's really a matter of where the teachers had to go. They're going towards Finn. Then maybe the better choice. He gets the dink, but he doesn't finish the job. For Mars betrays him. Although an M4 would have done just the same. Revan finishes that one. Ghost is in a tricky position. He's got the bomb here. He can't be affording all these chances to the CTs. And now they're actually surrounded. They don't have a direct path to any bomb site. 20 seconds. You have to rush straight into A, hoping that you get the entry kill, or you have to finish all these frags, and I don't think they're going to be finishing these frags. Cloud has not got the time for any of this. He gets this first kill. There's a real opportunity here. 10 seconds. He can't plant the bomb. He has to go for the frag. What is he doing? What is going on? He knows he doesn't have time to plant the bomb. He gets the frag. He hunts for it. Revan stuck behind that pillar. Doesn't know that Clouder was not going for him in the first place, but he had nowhere to retreat to. That round was in God's Rain's pocket. How did they let that one slip? It was such low time. There was no way they could have made it to a bomb site in time. All they needed to do was delay just a little bit, but they couldn't manage it. And now what? 7-4. If God's Rain don't win this, it's going to be a really tough. They're going to have to manage that T side perfectly. Pistol conversion, gun round, gun round, gun round. Endless battle. And do they have that in them? This is already more rounds than their previous head-to-head on this map. I guess we're about to find out the answer to that question shortly.
Miserable buy for the last round of the half. I mean, look at this. They're gonna have to force the issue because there's no way they're winning standard gunfights. Rabbit's pushed up, made it down to half health, spammed through, prevents it from pushing forwards. They know the play. They've fell victim to it once before. It's not happening again. They understand. Carnival's not letting this one get out of hand like it did last time. Just using enough util to curtail every little bit of aggression. Revan's gonna have a tough job, but with that MP9, it is a triple hold, but they push the issue, and let's just say they don't come off better for it. Although there was a glimmer of hope in a moment. Finn is still in this default position. Molotov not for him. He can deny the plan. No one's watching for it. No one predicted his position. He falls straight back. Now it gets tricky. Now it gets complicated because there is a flank coming in. There was a flank coming in. Now Finn is stuck. Now Finn is really in trouble. For a moment there, you could see the pathway to which God's Reign could win that round, but Finn does pretty much all that could be reasonably asked of him, and it's still just not enough for the round. And as we move into the second half, God's Reign, they need this pistol. Because the CTs win this pistol, and especially if they deny a bomb plant, it's going to be 9-4, 10-4. Straight up struggle street. And Cloud is going for this peek. He doesn't even care. He's not afraid. He gets that info. If there was a rush coming, he might have been dead, but bravado as a solo player for a while before the rotate comes in. Bash to delay, although the push is coming in from connector. R2B2 pushing through, gets that first kill, spots the second player, spams through. It's not clean. Cyclone gets that before he gets traded. And so another 3v4. Where have we seen this one before? This time no dualies, no util, just a couple of USPs and a P2K on the retake. Smoke fades. Aim duels the only way out of this mess. And so we'll see what angles they can clear out. It's not pretty. Ghost is going to get a 1v4. Gets that first frag, but no time to really do anything of note here. It's going to be frags for the money farming. Gets one. Can't even find the bomb to finish the job. And so it's going to be that. The frags aren't negligible. 3 kills, $900 from each. Not each, but in total, 300 from each. Ghost can get that AWP in the next round when they full save. And that's what I was talking about earlier in the day, is that possibility of getting that AWP if you get a kill in the first or second round as your AWPer. And this time, nothing complex, just an A stack and a prayer. Not making any noise. No indication of where the CTs are at this point, just coin flip. And it looks like they'll be losing that coin flip. Bomb site will be cleared out. And the game is completely up in the air now. I was questioning whether that was enough of a CT side from God's Reign, but since I won the pistol, the complaints are off. That's a good enough job. As long as they can continue this economic domination, that's the secret to it.
Terrorists win.
Now that we get into the buy rounds, and this is definitely bonus round territory for God's Reign. They're just looking to maximize their opportunity here, because this is not their best foot forward, but it is AK's next round if they lose this, so it's not a problem in any case. And the Galil seem to be no barrier to that frag. Revan spams him down through the smoke, and Ghost is kind of stuck between these angles, wondering which peak he should take next. How can you maximize your AWP presence on this CT side? And the two-man hold towards either side, with Ember sort of cheating between mid and A. Plug in the gaps as best you can in a 4v5. They've run out of smokes completely on the CT side, so it's going to have to be committed holds or bust. And that smoke suggests a bit of a A split, and the A split is indeed coming. He blinds himself and Bobby goes down. The double lean towards A manages to clear out the mid presence, and now a 3v2 retake. It's not out of the question at all, but the utility is preventing them from pushing forwards. Spawn has a Molotov, so that one can be useful at least, but speaking of useful, he needs to get this kill for it to be of any use, and it doesn't turn out to be that way. Retake falls on deaf ears. Completely flat before it even started. And God's Reign, well, they're definitely in this to win this now. This round should be a give me. Sounds strange if you say give me instead of gimme, doesn't it? But it'll be free. Not a dollar spent. No, they do buy a couple of pistols. It's not zero. Oh, they refunded the pistols as soon as I said that. That's the caster curse in live effect. Let's see if they can't get the kill on Fired Up, although he is in the corner, completely safe and tucked away. Shouldn't be giving anything away in this round. And it's a simple cleanup job. 1 kill, 2 kills. Could have done without those, but they'll be happy to get the lead. Finally, just 1 round away. Although they'll have to fight through a full buy to do it. And the double AWP comes back. This is what gave Carnival such success in the past on that CT side. Spawn and Ghost on the double AWP. Spawn locking down some angles while Ghost goes a bit wilder. Pushes forward a bit. And so let's see where these AWPs find themselves. Doesn't find itself at all. Before it even starts, Revan's ahead of the peak. Ghost was far too late to even get scoped up. Falls before he has a chance. And that's going to be rough. All that money spent, $7,000, and you die before you even get a chance to shoot. People talk about AWPing is easy, but the pressure on a team when you're the AWP is immense. Cyclone, he had a tough task ahead of him, and those angles aren't pretty. Gets wallbanged by Revan, and Revan is having a nice game for himself on that AWP. You'd expect it, but all the same, it's nice to see it happen. Just looking to save that AWP now. Ember manages to get away with it. And an 8-9 scoreline. God's Reign take that lead. Oh. That's not going to be a nice time in the voice chat. Now what they say? They don't have the AWP anymore. Double AWP investment, dry their bank accounts completely, and now they got nothing to fight for. That's the tricky part about it. That's why people don't do it in CS2. You don't have the economic feasibility to recover from that right now. What are you going to do? It's round 18. How many more rounds are you going to have to build that bank up again if you lose again? That extra investment is just not going to be rewarded, then maybe the rifles will do. Finn has not had a standout performance and goes down early. Early positioning pretty much non-existent for the T's right now. Knocked off, not through mid, double Molotov into mid, but they're not really pushing the issue right now. They just about started it. And it's really only Bavi that's selling something here. They don't have the players to sell it, but it's a complete fake. No one's in middle at all. He drops down and instead tries to fight with his pack towards B, but 45 seconds as they try to commit into it. Ember doesn't get that first frag. Spawn goes through, gets 1 for 1. And through all these smokes, Ghost finally makes it through, but he is being washed and fired up. Secondary AWP, but was primary, no stranger to it. It's gonna have to be a 1v2. The CTs are repositioning. Now, he doesn't know that. He picks up an AK and he has time to make this one work. Very paranoid. The longer he waits, the higher the chance that they will just push him, and this is a terrible place to be. They push him, he gets the full info, but he can't transfer. The mouse just slips a little bit too far to the left. And yet again, a clutch opportunity not made true on, and Carnival will finally break that streak. They finally get around. It's been a little while, but I think we've got a game on our hands yet. Down the stretch, 9-9. Maybe even in overtime if both teams can continue to be neck and neck and not just let this one-sided God's Reign T side run over Carnival. But it doesn't seem like there's any gaps in that plan just now. Revan, a bit of a smoke nade combo if you notice. Through that smoke, had that crosshair trained, scoped in on where the nade was going to break that smoke. But it's still a 3-man lean towards B for the time being. Cyclone, I don't know if that decoy is going to prevent people from pushing into A, but you never know. And they've actually pivoted completely into a full mid setup. They've read this play. They've got their CTs in the right position. Are they going to reactively play it, even if they go down? Oh no. It was a team kill that unraveled the setup as well. But they were going down before that, so I don't think it really mattered in the end of the day. They had the right idea, but everybody was just fumbling. Utility was flying. They couldn't get a clean shot on anybody. So the CTs just collapsed. Now the save comes in, although we do have a bit of a pause. No rush, of course. And here we go again. Just a couple of deagles armored up. And a couple of flashes to essentially give God's Reign an easy shot at 11 here. And the money's not going to look great for AWPs either. So Carnival looking to perhaps give up on that double AWP dream. it was the setup that gave them so much success on Inferno earlier today, but if they can't get it done with it, then maybe abandoning it is the right play, but is it too little too late for them? That's what I do wonder. Cloud trying to get cheeky with this off angle, but I don't think he's gonna get afforded the chance. Not the clean peek that he was looking for. He gets more of a chance than perhaps he should have, but it still doesn't pan out for him, and this B-bomb site has been given up. Should be nothing else to say about it. And 9 rounds on the CT side for Carnival. Is this where it ends? They put up a good fight. Credit where credit is due. It was a strong T side, but only 1 round on the CT side is far from what they should have aimed for. Okay. Ghost gets 1. Crosshairs in the right position. Spawn doesn't finish any of the kills. And so 1 more full buy round awaits them. Goes straight into the M4, not AWPing at all. As expected, as they could have afforded the AWP if they didn't buy up any deagles or armor, but that investment to me suggests they don't have that much confidence in that play. And in a matter of minutes, we could see Goddrain taking that first map. They did have to work for it, let's be clear, but this was a story of dominant T sides, and Goddrain just scraped together a little bit more resistance than Carnival did. That's a new one. To me, at least. The jumping peak into both nades. Hold on, Fired Up just doesn't even care. Straight through that smoke. Takes care of the push easily. And Finn doubling into middle. I think this may be the story of the half, ladies and gentlemen. No start for the CT side. Carnival just couldn't get off of the ground. Just barely won 1 round. Now CT side 1v3 Ember, I mean, at this point you may as well go for it. You're running out of chances to win rounds. Spots a player, tags him down. Could get nade damage if he positioned it right, but it bounces the wrong way. Tricky to get that, considering the chaos of his movement, but to be fair, he has a 1-on-2 right now. Because Finn is lurking, and he is on the comeback. He could have gotten that 1 kill. Ember had a real opportunity to get that. And then clear out the site. Risk a stick of the defuse. You could see the vision, but it doesn't happen. And so we see another miserable buy on the last round. No stranger to it at this point. We've seen time and time again the T economy just outbuy the CTs until they're left with pretty much nothing. And if my eyes don't deceive me, there's not even a kit on this CT side right now. Revan just scoped up, not afraid of utility. He knows that they don't have the money for it. But, I mean, if Ghost can get that kill through the smoke, preventing that much aggression, they can still fight. It's going to be a impossible road ahead because they're going to have money to buy this whole time, God's Drain. They're not going to be struggling for cash at any point. But if they don't clear their angles, if they're not meticulous about this and they're not detailed, they could lose focus. It's a 4-on-3. Numbers favor Carnival. Weaponry probably good enough, but for Mars and MP9 have me a little bit curious. And God's Reign opting to let Carnival wallow a little bit while they walk over towards A. Ember is not spotting deep, so he won't have any information. Ghost just in time. Oh, he misses the timing, but in the same vein, they miss his timing. They have no clue whether there's a player there or not. It's going to be down to Cyclone on this hold with an MP9. Spots one player, gets it down. Spots another as well, does great damage. That's about as well as you could have done it. And it's going to be up to his teammates to finish the job. Revan's still on decent enough health, and he does have the orb. Question is, can Ghost just finish this one? Revan turns at the wrong moment, and Barbie gets taken down by the incoming CTs from camera. And so picking up the util, picking up the weaponry, getting as much as they can, because the money's not going to be pretty even after winning this. God's Reign, they don't have an easy path as expected. That was their best chance. Now there's going to be a bit more discussion. Now there's 8Ks in the mix. They've got an ability to drop a couple of weapons. I'm not sure who this match pose would favor more. God's Reign may be a bit worse, a stew in the opportunity of losing, but Carnival may also have just switched the momentum to their side. They may want this to be less of a timeout and more of a get back into the action situation. Of course, it is a technical pause, so there's nothing they can do about it. Here on the analysis, we analyze even the timeouts and even the tech pauses. That's the level we're reaching. What I can tell you, though, is overtime is on the cards. Chance 1 of 2. God's Reign, money is no object. The only objective, in fact, is winning the round. As has been for a while. Nade won't do very much. An immediate aggression already encroaching onto B. They're not letting any time slip by, going straight for a faster play right off the bat. Already forced the CTs into an awkward hold behind the pillar and default. Looking to maybe get a bomb plant and immediate post plant, but Spawn gets that first kill. Spots more, doesn't finish that one, but Ember revealed himself. Cloudy gets another kill, but Ember falls in his own flames. Not his flame, but he is Ember, so... Oh, Ghost had a real opportunity there, and just as it could have been theirs, so it was not. God's Reign, they do take that one. 13 to 10, a little bit closer than perhaps they would have wanted it to be, but they take it all the same. And we look towards map 2 to see if they can take this 2-0, or maybe we get a third map, maybe we get some overtime. It's been a close game so far, and I'm loving every minute of it. Map 2 will be coming back after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? What's that? Caught it, no one's home. You're scared it all alone. Can't do it on your own. You're scared that all of your screams will fall silent, but just know the second that you close your eyes, I'm bringing you back to life. I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. I'm bringing you back to life. Why do I want you back? Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. I'm bringing you back to life. Hearts that caught it, no one's home. You're scared all alone. Can't do it on your own. You're scared that all of your screams will fall silent, but just know the second that you close your eyes. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you? I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you? I'm bringing you back to life. That caught it, no one's home. You're scared it all alone. Can't do it on your own. You're scared that all of your screams will fall silent, but just know the second that you close your eyes, I'm bringing you back to life. I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. Maybe I lost my way. Maybe you had gone too far. I had nothing left to say. We had left ourselves in the dark. So tell me this, if we left the peace where they fell, would we have a lot to lose from lying to ourselves? All the times you said to me, the feeling that you felt, we lost it, we lost it. Can we get back the love we had? Get back the love we had? Or are we alone with what we lack? Get back, to get back. Get back the love we had. Get back the love we had. Or are we alone with what we lack? Get back, to get back. Get back the love we had. Get back the love we had. Or are we alone with what we lack? Get back. Maybe I lost my way. Maybe you had gone too far. I had nothing left to say. We had left ourselves in the dark. Can we get back the love we had? Get back the love we had? Or are we alone with what we lack? Get back, to get back. Get back the love we had. Get back the love we had. Or are we alone with what we lack? Get back, to get back.
And we are live for the pixel round of Ancient Map 2. Gozrain took map 113 to 10, of course. Now this is the map pick of Carnival Gaming, and if I'm not mistaken, Gozrain is starting on the T side? They're opting to start on the T side? Or is that a mistake? Interesting, because there's to be confusion about whether we're live or not. But we appear to be live. So Ghost gets the kill on the Planter, but the Planter does indeed get traded. And so Cyclone's the only one here. They push straight through B into A. And it looks like the pixel round will go Gozrain's way. There may have been some confusion about who's doing what, who's doing where, etc. But I think we've appeared to have moved through that anyway. So regardless, pixel round goes to Gozrain. Ghost appears to have forced down to a Deagle. Is this... I don't know if this is live or not. This is very strange. Revan has got a P90. They appear to be trolling. I think this... I don't think we are actually live. I think we may be resetting the map, but don't hold me to that. I'm not 100% on it. Let me see if I can check for you. Yeah, I'm still not entirely sure whether we are live or not, but I think... Yeah, I think we aren't. I think we aren't. So I will at least try and see if we can solve this one. Okay, I think now we are live. I think the Carnival pistol round has been... Carnival pistol round? Strange. I'm not quite sure exactly what's going on, but... I think now we are live. This is as confusing to me as it is to you. Don't worry about it, but I think we are finally playing some Counter-Strike. And we're finally back into it. Tactical timeouts and everything. Seems proper. Round 3, God's Drain finally in with a buy. 4 AKs. Well, 3 AKs, 2 kills. You can call that a full house if you wish. But Cloud is not really calling anything. In fact, gets a double kill before he goes down. Massive impact from him. And Spawn just straight through the smoke. Catches Finn with his back turned. The CTs have crunched upon them completely. Although Revan has something to say about that. At least gets one before he goes down. And Barbie is going to be turning back and forth. Spots of players kind of stuck in this corner, but he's allowed to escape. Tag down a little bit. Bomb is behind him, so he's gonna have to clear this one out sooner or later. Smoke hurts his chances, but he does get a little bit of a tag regardless. But is he aware of the players pushing to his left? It looks like he catches it just in time, but can't predict the second peak. And so Carnival will go 3-0 up on that CT side. We'll see if they buy into the AWP now, or whether they stick with the rifles. And it will be the AWP dropped over to Ghost from Ember. And Barbie sticking with that hero AK while these Tech 9s run amok. Tries to puff up his chest, look a little bit bigger than some of their parts. God's Reign trying to be threatening with just one rifle. But of course, can't do everything with that. Ghost takes care of middle. And him and Spawn are tasked with preventing too much chaos. He doesn't even get the kill. Barbie gets a headshot on R2B2 with the trade onto Donut. And now the entirety of mid is lost. The CTs are encroaching and trying to regain that lost space. But in the meantime, whether Fired Up decides to just push this one or not, his teammates are certainly behind him and giving him that full support. And while the CTs, they do regain middle, but they don't have the control of the A site at all. They sacrifice that to try and regain this. And now it's going to be up to Revan. He has great timing if he decides to pick past this elbow. Gets a little bit of damage, but Cyclone finishes that job, and now it's up to Barbie. That AK goes down. 3 CTs into Donut. R2B2 trying to get this off angle. Both players on full health. Both players armored, so that's not an issue. The Tech 9 does well to get a lot of damage. He reveals his position, but doesn't show the fact that there's 2 players here. And so if R2 fully commits, he doesn't even need to do the full send. He's done enough on his own without even requiring Fired Up's help, and Fired Up finishes the job. Will he survive? No, but the job is done indeed. And God's Reign fight back. 1 AK enough. Bivy gets that headshot in middle, and the CT's responses maybe a little bit jarring. Pushing into middle, but giving up the site completely. Expecting God's Reign to be a bit more hesitant, but they call that bluff immediately and are all the better for it. And it's put Carnival onto pistols, stacking onto B, hoping for the best, but nothing happening with it. And it'll be another round handed to God's Reign as the result. We'll see if they can sneak a frag in some way here, but it doesn't look likely. And if the lost bonus is to be believed, I think Ghost can probably sneak an orb into the picture. I don't think so. I think he'll be a little bit off by if they're on 1 lost bonus. Carnival will not be able to get an orb into this one unless Cloud is the one to buy it. He does well to get that first kill. And indeed, not enough. So we're going to see the rifles come in instead. It's not like they can't win with the rifles. We've seen plenty of successful gun rounds from Carnival to suggest that, at least in the past series, maybe not in this series so much, it's been a bit more difficult for their CT side. Although it's hard to judge an Anubis CT side compared to other CT sides, and you'd expect Carnival to be a bit better on their map pick. But of course, it's not like God's Reign are strangers to Ancient. The map pools in Indian CS so far have been a little bit circular and cyclical, you know. Every team can sort of play everything, except God's Reign do have a bit of a strong Anubis. And so, if you don't have a pocket pick that you can do well on, if you're stuck with playing middle ground maps, maybe that's a serious disadvantage in your vetoes. Ember, good timing on the spray, gets a little bit of damage, and has the right idea. With a bit more commitment and a bit more luck, he could have done very well for himself, but it's not to be. And this double Jaguar hold. Looks like they'll be peeking into it. Ember pushes forward, gets 1 kill, spotted out, and his teammate doesn't have his back at all. It's Finn actually to get that double kill. And the entirety of the B-bomb site has been lost now. It's just Cyclone. 1v4. Saving it from Mars is pretty miserable. He's hoping to at least get an AK from one of these guys before he can commit to it. But at this point, he's lucky to be even saving that for Mars. His position is noted. He is completely stuck. And again, I do have to ask this, you know, unrelated question while we wait for Carnival, or rather we wait for Cyclone to be taken out. Why do pros still bind jump to mouse wheel even now? I mean, listen, CS pros are the epitome of old habits die hard. People playing on lower resolutions when it's just pointless in most cases. But the disadvantage of playing that M wheel jump, it's just, I've never seen it. How many times do pros hit a crazy B hop move versus how many times do they just M wheel jump and with a spray or with a shot? The arithmetic just doesn't add up to me, but you know, usually I give pros the benefit of the doubt in their weird choices. Hold on, these USPs are not weird at all. They've got the right idea, pushing straight down on the timing with the utilities being pulled. Molotovs all across the bomb site, but hold on. They had an opportunity, and maybe they still have it. Is what I was gonna say, but it's not ideal. 1v3. At least he's got armor. Cloud can at least try, but I mean, anyway, like, it just doesn't seem right to me. But they are in the grand final. We'll see if Clouder can't scavenge a gun by being a bit cheeky here. Although I doubt you predict the on top of box position that Finn is sporting. Three to four, God's Trainer definitely in this to win 2-0. Map pick be damned. And we're really waiting on Carnival to show a little bit more. There's a little bit more. Spawn getting that mid control. Even in the map that they lost, he was having a pretty good show of things, so they have traded positioning. Fired Up has taken over Jaguar and looking to enter cave, which is not occupied at all, so will be a matter of time. Cyclone, on the other hand, is looking to push, but he is being watched for. It doesn't matter. Barbie was tagged up, and he is traded, though. R2's mid lurk proving fruitful. And this 3v3 is going to be tricky to navigate. The T's are very disparate. They're very split up. And they're going to have to come together pretty soon. It's 40 seconds on the clock. The bomb is headed towards A, while Fired Up is still lurking in Jaguar, but nothing's going to happen from this. He's kind of just sitting here wasting his time at the moment, but he doesn't know that, of course. And he is controlling rotations in some way or another. Player behind the box. He is not spotted. He doesn't get the kill, though. R2's routing makes him jump up onto that ledge. And Ghost just unable to see that player, but has that timing, gets the kill onto Revan. They know that a player was spotted towards that box in the back of sight. So it's a pretty good guess. I locked that one down, and Fired Up did route all the way into Donut, which is a fairly predictable location, but Ghost just too panicked and unable to solve that riddle in time. And so the orb is lost, round is lost, God's Drain 5-3. Money in plenty supply for God's Drain, and Carnival now have to really hunker down and think about the economy. How much are they going to buy in this round? Because it's not good enough for a full buy. 3650 on Ghost, 3450 on Ember. You can get MP9s and U2, or you can probably just about get FAMAS and armor and some U2. In the case of Ghost, you can get an M4 and no U2. You have to put these pieces together in the short amount of time you have left. Tactical timeouts, 30 seconds may seem like a lot, but when you also have to problem solve at that same time, do they have what it takes? Now, they do have a coach, as far as I'm aware, and that should help them a little bit, Carnival, but they've opted to do another one of these mixed buys. MP9s and Deeg, couple of 5.7s in the mix. Now, hold on. As I was about to check out what Cyclone was doing, he immediately falls. Finn just barreling straight through that mid-smoke. Knows that the U2 is in short supply, can just exploit that lack of presence. And Ghost double kill. Deagle straight down alley into middle. Cleans up those frags. And R2B2 once again has to be the one to tidy this one up. With that mid lurk, with that positioning. And Ghost, he has an AK, but he has no armor. He would love to swap this with Clouder. Give his teammate that superior weaponry with that armor that he has. And if they can regroup into this, it's not an impossible retake. Fired up is low. And there is an AK. We could opt to save this, and I think that's the safest choice. They don't have that much money to be flexing it. Ghost would like to buy that AWP, and so it can drop this AK to somebody else. So they're giving God's Rain that 6th. No kit anyway, so unlikely that they would have gone for this even if they had better positioning to begin with.
Terrorists win.
They're running out of opportunities, Carnival. Another dominant T-side from God's Drain, but this time it's on Carnival's pick. And maybe catching them a bit off guard. God's Drain starting on the T-side. Maybe Carnival weren't expecting this. Maybe they were expecting to start on the T-side. Maybe they had a couple of game plans ready. And just this slight little change is enough to put them off guard. But whatever the case may be, they still have to put up a better front because the map is running away from them. Raven boosted up. He's not going to spot anyone immediately, but Clouder could peek into this if he's not aware of it. 3 CTs on B. Mostly given up middle of Carnival. Tired of fighting for it, getting shot by Finn through smokes. That flash peek straight onto the boost, read perfectly. That's the kind of plays you need from Carnival if they want to make this comeback. And now Ember's going to have a bit more on his plate. If he gets cleared, he does get cleared, and now Cyclone's going to be tasked with a little bit more. Does he know that there's a second player in cave who's about to peek into him? He does have backup. Cloud is watching this, but it's not going to be the perfect crossfire. Now smoked off is going to be even trickier. Cyclone stuck in this corner, but if they don't realize he's here, he may get a kill. He doesn't. And Cloud is being washed, and he may know this, but still opts to peek into it. This time no flash. This time the AWP gets the better of him. And Ghost unable to get that flick. Double AWP. Picked up. Gets that nade kill. Hold on. Okay, spawns on 1 health. Tagged down. So this retake is going to be a real uphill battle. Endless climb. But they are on AWP, so if there's ever a weapon to get the clutch on with low health, it would be an AWP, but it doesn't happen, and Finn cleans up the dual scoped rifles. And it's a buy straight back into it. Kind of were just hoping that one of these buys lands around. Not perfect, but they don't really have the chance to settle for perfect. They're running out of buys in the first place. And so it's deep mid control this time. They tried giving up mid, it didn't work, and now they've tried pushing into B and it doesn't work. Going 1 for 1 in middle, probably even worse than they hoped for, but Ghost does better than that, gets 2. They did lose B in the process though, so the question is, do you save already? Do you give up even looking into this round and look at the choices made for them? Fired up pretty much in their spawn at the minute. Speaking of spawn though, it's a 1-on-2 on his plate. Bomb's not down yet. He doesn't have a kit, but he can potentially pick one up. I'm not quite sure where the positioning of it is. Without a kit, he's going to have to get a move on really quick. And he's got the right idea. There's a kid in front of him. But if he doesn't clear to his left, he will be dead. And indeed, in his haste. Ironically, he did have enough time once he picked up that kit to be diligent enough, but there's a lot of moving parts in that process, and sometimes it's just too little too late what you think about. Once again, a mix of rifles, pretty much zero utility to speak of. The CTs are just relying on that aim. And Ember 3 and 10 is probably not the one for the job, but he is tasked with the M4A4, no silence. Now, Fired Up did lurk straight through the smoke. That's what the lurk smoke is for. Obscure the vision, let the CTs be completely stuck. Now, hold on. Ghost could clear this one out in reverse. And indeed he does, but he knows that there's too many T's coming and he just can't deal with all that. There's only one man after all, no utility to stop it. And it looks like God's Rain, by far they've won the half, and it looks like they're a couple of steps away from winning the game as well. How much more can Cyclone really do 1v3? No kit yet. It's gonna have to pick that up alongside picking up 3 kills. Now 2 of the T's are low, but it doesn't seem like it matters at all. R2 again has had a couple of outstanding peaks, been very impactful in his kills in middle on this T half. Always there for the trade. When there's a player coming up the jump up spot, when there's kills in middle, he just hides until the right timing presents itself and goes for that trade frag, and more often than not gets it done. Now, for even to begin this discussion, kind of will need this pistol round. That's an obvious statement, but yet I must mention it. Now, they have a good positioning here. It's a retake A setup. The only position that they really have is R2 all the way back in spawn, just spotting for any utility or crossing T's. Take a few pot shots and fall back. Which is his task. Well, a control bomb also granted, so this is pretty much the best that Carnival could have hoped for. It's the right read. They don't fall into a stack or give away kills in middle trying to reposition. They've got a 5v5. And there is a kit, so God's Rain can take their time and weave through these angles, and indeed it looks like they're just going to do that. But Ember finally showing up with impact. Now in the meantime, Revan's back on this lurk. He does get the frag. Now it's a 2v3. Frag coming back and forth. Spawn. They don't have the positioning for this necessarily. They can't stick this bomb without confidence, and now they really have to stick the bomb. They don't have the kit on them. Does Revan have time? I don't think he has it. Unfortunately, the player with the kit fell and they had to find it on the ground. Just not enough time in the chaos. So, mandatory round has been achieved for Carnival to push play forward. And so a bit of a flash peek. Let's see if Spawn gets caught off guard with this. The flash should blind him if it's thrown. I'm still waiting on it. This is the only play, so you know what, we look out for it. little cheeky play like this, it doesn't really blind him, but he should be taken down. So that's an AK retrieved. And they'll be happy to take that away with them. But the rest of these USBs should definitely be either guarding the AK or hunting, but we'll see what God's Drain can do with that AK in the next round. A lot of strong aimers. You could give it to Fired Up, you could give it to Finn, you could really give it to anybody except Revan, who will probably be glass cannon AWPing if I had to guess. He has the money for it. It's a question of mental fortitude. Are you willing to take that risk?
Terrorists win.
This would be another true test for Carnival. Going into a buy round roughly even footing across the board. Revan doesn't actually go for the AWP, interestingly enough. Opts for a more consistent setup. Waiting for a more reasonable opportunity to grab the AWP. They do have the rounds to play with, so you can't blame them for not forcing the issue. If you lose the AWP, then you could be setting yourself up for a downward spiral, but there could be something to be said yet. That deep smoke is not going to do much. They already passed that smoke. So it was really wasted going that far in. But it seems like the control is going to be granted all the same. They're actually falling back through it. Afraid of a regress or maybe want to go for this. Bavi's now in the site. He's lied about it, so this is heard from the donut player. And now Fired Up has got to get a kill, and he does. A 3v5 that would have pretty much been a gimme if they had just grouped up and gone in together. Now just one-on-one peaks, giving away the entire round. Carnival had a serious opportunity, and they fumbled it. And now they have to recover it. It is the rifles to bring it back. And they do have a smoke for CT to get their bomb down safely. Won't be denied by the molly. It doesn't go in the right spot. So we've got a couple of important fights here. Fired Up is going to have to clear out Donut. It's a good guess that there's a player there. But from the T's perspective, they're kind of doubling up behind this double box here on default. Cloud gets the trade, falls back immediately. Bomb's not really planning for him, so he's going to have to be a bit more aggressive than that, and he knows it. That's why Revan just bides his time and waits for that peak. And the 3v5 recovered. Carnival are going to be really, really disappointed in that one because that opportunity was right there. 3v5 pistol kills early in the round, exactly as you planned it, and you hoped that would just continue into a round. But it's letting the CTs stew a little bit, but at the same time, letting them double guess themselves. That's the problem with letting them wait, right? For example, you got those kills onto the B-bomb site. You're going to get a rotation into the B-bomb site immediately because you're expecting the pistols to just rush straight through the smoke after those kills, right? But that doesn't happen and you let them wait. Now, from the perspective of Carnival Gaming, you should have known that if you let them wait, you're either going to go together as 5 Ts. You're going to be at an advantage anyway, no matter where you go if you go together. But they went one by one. They let the lurk clear out A, and then they let themselves think, okay, now we have a free bomb site. Let's peek middle, let's peek A, let's peek B, you know? It just doesn't seem like it tracks with the vision of the initial openings. And of course, I'm speaking with the advantage of seeing the map and knowing where the players are, but these few minute percentages are what actually does the job. And now it's another buy back in, but this one's a pure brute force rush, it seems. At least it was for a second there. They're going straight in, they're retrying this strategy. Spawn with a Tech 9 again, he gets the kill again. Repeat, maybe this time they'll actually commit instead of being afraid. Barbie gets that first kill, but that second kill evades him for now. And the CTs are rotated. This time they have a similar opportunity, but it's a 4v4, so it's not actually worth just pushing straight into it, because now they don't have that advantage. They don't have that overwhelming presence. They actually need to put a bit more thought into this one. And this is the difference between that round and this one, is that now it's a 4v4 and they just didn't have that presence to immediately crunch into the site. And now they're forced to wait and get picked apart. They have the right idea, but they don't have a smoke to get Revan off of this angle, and he's going to see you if you can cross past that position. Now, the bomb plant is free. They get away with a little bit of robbery on that. But now is a tricky part. There's no mid presence yet. They're going to have to clear this one out. And it looks like Fired Up is going to come back through Donut together with R2. But Ghost is actually... he's going around the entire map. He's going back to CT. This could catch him completely off guard. Time is ticking. They don't have the positioning for this. Ghost's lurk is going to be the real difference maker. They turn around, but it's not in time. Ghost gets that kill, gets another one, 2 headshots. The round should be in the bag now, but it's a close moment. Cyclone's only got a Tech 9. They need to deny that defuse, and the defuse is denied. They play on. Cyclone's double Tech 9 kill. The first one was enough. The second is icing on the cake. He goes down, but they're happy to get the round. And while the money is still pretty terrible on both sides, Carnival stay alive. They're playing for survival at this point, round after round after round. It's never been an easy one, but this time they're actually gifted freebie. Fired up, forcing an MP9, but nobody else is buying really into it. So finally a bit of respite, a bit of relaxation for Carnival. It is that map pick. They were, you know, expected to bring a little bit more oomph into this. So it's perfectly reasonable for them to bring a bit more comeback into it. And not losing any plays in this round is, of course, a little bit more of a bonus. I say that. And they do, of course, lose one right afterwards, but no big deal. It's a Galil, it's not an AK. You can stomach that much of a loss. And Carnival do have one path into this. Okay. Don't let me stop you, fired up. 3 alive. Now does the Technap pick up a gun? No, it doesn't look like... Oh, it does, just about. He scrapes it by. I would love a map 3 or an overtime, something to that effect. Now you could also say, and you wouldn't be necessarily wrong in suggesting this, that this is the battle of this to find the second best. Because God's Reign, having lost in such a pivotal qualifier to True Rippers, qualifier to a LAN event, this could be the battle of second best in a way. Although most people would probably still consider God's Reign the best, but they did lose in one important instance. I still think God's Reign are the best individually speaking. I think they do need some tactical injections, but you know, they can still develop it. This is probably the best 5-man Indian team player for player, especially individually. I think Bharvi as a fragging IGL definitely does his job. And speaking of fragging, Finn gets one in that spam, the classic spam into lane from Jaguar. But Clouder's not letting this one slip by. Now R2 solo on A. Rotation's coming in. He gets headshot immediately and is going to have to be a trade frag. But fired up's only good for 1. 2v3 and the CT is going to be rough because look at that money. Revan's got an AWP, but he's got 50 bucks to spare. Is he really going to go for this? He's going to be so brave as to push forwards. Finn's got 2. Doesn't matter, he's got no money. Risk it for the round, and now it's a 1v2. Ghost never stood a chance. Finn saves them 4 kills in the round. People call him the Indian Nico for a reason. And it's spotted right there. And by people, I mean me. I'm the only one who's calling him that. But hopefully it'll catch on. That brings them to 12. 1 round away from that triumph. From yet another lift, virtually speaking. And the money isn't pretty. Tac knives through the smoke, but he falls back. Actually gives an opportunity to Ghost instead with that Deagle. Throws out that lurk smoke, but it's not a full commitment. It's just Ghost looking to see if he can find a cheeky frag. Spot the player, has a real opportunity, but just can't finish the job. That's 1 frag out of 5 required. Revan prevents that Tech9 push. No free frag from Spawn this time. It's Clouded that goes down. Speaking of Spawn, though, he does get 1 back. It's a 4v3. It's not done yet. Ember is through Red Room into Spawn. If he gets this frag, we could be talking about it, but it doesn't look like he does. Now it becomes really difficult. Cyclone behind him. They doesn't look like they're aware of it just yet. He is tucked in this corner. And is calling for his teammate to make it through. Now, Spawn's on pretty much no health at all, but he does have an AK, so... I think they've left this one a little bit too slow. Now the flank is going to be flanked. Oh, hold on. He's playing a trigger discipline. He takes that timing just as he can. Gets the bomb down? Question mark. They're not committing to it. The players dancing around a little bit. Oh, the Orbs are such low health. And the round is done. God's Reign yet again back to back, perhaps. Back to back to back, even if I remember correctly, they are the champions of Dust2 India 1xBet Masters Edition 12. Congratulations to God's Reign, this time with that full lineup. It was definitely a good fight from Carnival Gaming to make it a little bit close, especially on that first map. They had a good T side, but they just couldn't get it started on the CT side. And this time, a similar story is true. Credit where credit is due. I think they may have cemented themselves as the third best in the region, but you know, as of right now, I think God's Reign still fairly individually skilled, and I think that's definitely the case. So once again, congratulations to them. Yet another victory. And with that, I think this should also put God's Reign a little bit further up. For talking about ramifications, this should put God's Reign a little bit further up in the Asian rankings. And we'll see what happens with that, whether they get invites or whether it meaningfully changes the situation. But once again, showing that consistency, even if they did miss one opportunity, not wasting the chances that are afforded to them. And I think well done to them. It's been a lovely day of Counter-Strike, and I'm happy to have brought it to you. If you want to hear more of what I've got, you can do !caster. I've got Twitter there. I'm just doing a bit of everything. You know, I love to bring the Indian Counter-Strike and enhance that gameplay, because I think eventually we can bring this region up. It's only a matter of time and a matter of developing the talent, and I think we've got a couple of pieces there. So, thank you all for coming along on the broadcast. Hope to see you again next month for the next edition, and I hope to be bringing it to you once more. It's been Backpack covering the Dust2 India Masters, and thank you very much. See you next time. Enjoy the Counter-Strike and keep your energy there.